Section 1 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 1. Susie Asado. Sweet, 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 sweet tea, Susie Asado. Sweet, 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 sweet tea, Susie Asado. Susie Asado, which is a told tray sure. A lean on the shoe, this mean slips hers. When the ancient light grey is clean, it is yellow, it is a silver cellar. This is a please, there are the seds to jelly. These are the wets, these say the sets to leave a crown to inky. Inky is short for incubus. A pot is a beginning of a rare bit of trees. Trees tremble, the old vats are in baubles, baubles which shade and shove and render clean must. Drink pups. Drink pups, lease a sash hold, see it shine, and a bobolink has pins, it shows a nail. What is a nail? A nail is unison. Sweet, 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 sweet tea. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 2, Ada. Barnes Collard did not say he would not do it, but he did not do it. He did it, and then he did not do it. He did not ever think about it. He just thought sometime he might do something. His father, Mr. Abram Collard, spoke about it to everyone, and very many of them spoke to Barnes Collard about it, and he always listened to them. Then Barnes fell in love with a very nice girl, and she would not marry him. He cried then. His father, Mr. Abram Collard, comforted him, and they took a trip, and Barnes promised he would do what his father wanted him to be doing. He did not do the thing. He thought he would do another thing. He did not do the other thing. His father, Mr. Collard, did not want him to do the other thing. He really did not do anything then. When he was a good deal older, he married a very rich girl. He had thought perhaps he would not propose to her, but his sister wrote to him that it would be a good thing. He married the rich girl, and she thought he was the most wonderful man, and one who knew everything. Barnes never spent more than the income of the fortune he and his wife had then. That is to say, they did not spend more than the income, and this was a surprise to very many who knew about him and about his marrying the girl who had such a large fortune. He had a happy life while he was living, and after he was dead his wife and children remembered him. He had a sister who also was successful enough in being one being living. His sister was one who came to be happier than most people come to be in living. She came to be a completely happy one. She was twice as old as her brother. She had been a very good daughter to her mother. She and her mother had always told very pretty stories to each other. Many old men loved to hear her tell these stories to her mother. Every one who ever knew her mother liked her mother. Many were sorry later that not everyone liked the daughter. Many did like the daughter, but not everyone as everyone had liked the mother. The daughter was charming inside in her. It did not show outside in her to everyone, but it certainly did to some. She sometimes think her mother would be pleased with a story that did not please her mother. When her mother later was sicker, the daughter knew that there were some stories she could tell her that would not please her mother. Her mother died, and really, mostly altogether, the mother and the daughter had told each other stories very happily together. The daughter then kept house for her father and took care of her brother. There were many relations who lived with them. The daughter did not like them to live with them, and she did not like them to die with them. The daughter, Ada, they had called her after her grandmother, who had delightful ways of smelling flowers and eating dates and sugar, did not like it at all then, as she did not like so much dying, and she did not like any of the living she was doing then. Every now and then some old gentleman told delightful stories to her. Mostly then there were not nice stories told by anyone then in her living. She told her father, Mr. Abram Collard, that she did not like it at all, being one being living then. He never said anything. She was afraid then. She was one needing charming stories and happy telling of them, and not having that thing, she was always trembling. Then everyone who could live with them were dead, and there were then the father and the son, a young man then, and the daughter coming to be that one of them. Her grandfather had left some money to them, each one of them. Ada said she was going to use it to go away from them. The father said nothing then. Then he said something, and she said nothing then. Then they both said nothing, and then it was that she went away from them. The father was quite tender then. She was his daughter then. He wrote her tender letters then. She wrote him tender letters then. She never went back to live with him. He wanted her to come, and she wrote him tender letters then. He liked the tender letters she wrote to him. He wanted her to live with him. She answered him by writing tender letters to him and telling very nice stories indeed in them. He wrote nothing, and then he wrote again, and there was some waiting, and then he wrote tender letters again and again. She came to be happier than anyone else who was living then. It was easy to believe this thing. She was telling someone who was loving every story that was charming. Someone who was living was almost always listening. Someone who was loving was almost always listening. That one who was loving was almost always listening. That one who was loving was telling about being one then listening. That one being loving was then telling stories, having a beginning and a middle and an ending. That one was then one always completely listening. Ada was then one, and all her living then one completely telling stories that were charming, completely listening to stories, having a beginning and a middle and an ending. Trembling was all living. Living was all loving. Someone was then the other one. Certainly this one was loving this Ada then, and certainly Ada, all her living then, was happier in living than anyone else who ever could, who was, who is, who ever will be living. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 3. Miss Furr and Miss Skeen. Helen Furr had quite a pleasant home. Mrs. Furr was quite a pleasant woman. Mr. Furr was quite a pleasant man. Helen Furr had quite a pleasant voice, a voice quite worth cultivating. She did not mind working. She worked to cultivate her voice. She did not find it gay living in the same place where she had always been living. She went to a place where some were cultivating something, voices and other things needing cultivating. She met Georgine Skeen there, who was cultivating her voice, which some thought was quite a pleasant one. Helen Furr and Georgine Skeen lived together then. Georgine Skeen liked travelling. Helen Furr did not care about travelling. She liked to stay in one place and be gay there. They were together then, and travelled to another place, and stayed there, and were gay there. They stayed there and were gay there, not very gay there, just gay there. They were both gay there. They were regularly working there, both of them cultivating their voices there. They were both gay there. Georgine Skeen was gay there, and she was regular, regular in being gay, regular in not being gay, regular in being a gay one who was one not being gay longer than was needed to be one being quite a gay one. They were both gay then there, and both were working there then. They were in a way both gay there, where there were many cultivating something. They were both regular in being gay there. Helen Furr was gay there, she was gayer and gayer there, and really she was just gay there. She was gayer and gayer there, that is to say she found ways of being gay there, that she was using in being gay there. She was gay there, not gayer and gayer, just gay there, that is to say she was not gayer by using the things she found there that were gay things. She was gay there, always she was gay there. They were quite regularly gay there. Helen Furr and Georgine Skeen, they were regularly gay there where they were gay. They were very regularly gay. To be regularly gay was to do every day the gay thing that they did every day. To be regularly gay was to end every day at the same time, after they had been regularly gay. They were regularly gay. They were gay every day. They ended every day in the same way, at the same time, and they had been every day regularly gay. The voice Helen Furr was cultivating was quite a pleasant one. The voice Georgine Skeen was cultivating was, some said, a better one. The voice Helen Furr was cultivating she cultivated, and it was quite completely a pleasant enough one then, a cultivated enough one then. The voice Georgine Skeen was cultivating she did not cultivate too much. She cultivated it quite some. She cultivated and she would some time go on cultivating it, and it was not then an unpleasant one. It would not be then an unpleasant one. It would be a quite richly enough cultivated one. It would be quite richly enough to be a pleasant enough one. They were gay where there were many cultivating something. The two were gay there, were regularly gay there. Georgine Skeen would have liked to do more travelling. They did some travelling, not very much travelling. Georgine Skeen would have liked to do more travelling. Helen Furr did not care about doing travelling. She liked to stay in a place and be gay there. They stayed in a place and were gay there. Both of them stayed there. They stayed together there. They were gay there. They were regularly gay there. They went quite often, not very often, but they did go back to where Helen Furr had a pleasant enough home, and then Georgine Skeen went to a place where her brother had quite some distinction. They both went, every few years, went visiting to where Helen Furr had quite a pleasant home. Certainly Helen Furr would not find it gay to stay. She did not find it gay. She said she would not stay. She said she did not find it gay. She said she would not stay where she did not find it gay. She said she found it gay where she did stay, and she did stay there where very many were cultivating something. She did stay there. She always did find it gay there. She went to see them where she had always been living, and where she did not find it gay. She had a pleasant home there. Mrs. Furr was a pleasant enough woman. Mr. Furr was a pleasant enough man. Helen told them, and they were not worrying, that she did not find it gay living where she had always been living. Georgine Skeen and Helen Furr were living where they were both cultivating their voices, and they were gay there. They visited where Helen Furr had come from, and then they went to where they were living, where they were then regularly living. There were some dark and heavy men there then. There were some who were not so heavy and some who were not so dark. Helen Furr and Georgine Skeene sat regularly with them. They sat regularly with the ones who were dark and heavy. They sat regularly with the ones who were not so dark. They sat regularly with the ones that were not so heavy. They sat with them regularly, sat with some of them. They went with them, regularly went with them. They were regular then. They were gay then. They were where they wanted to be then, where it was gay to be then. They were regularly gay then. There were men there then who were dark and heavy, and they sat with them, with Helen Furr and Georgine Skeene, and they went with them with Miss Furr and Miss Skeene, and they went with the heavy and dark men, Miss Furr and Miss Skeene went with them, and they sat with them, Miss Furr and Miss Skeene sat with them, and there were other men, some were not heavy men, and they sat with Miss Furr and Miss Skeene, and Miss Furr and Miss Skeene sat with them, and there were other men who were not dark men, and they sat with Miss Furr and Miss Skeene, and Miss Furr and Miss Skeene sat with them. Miss Furr and Miss Skeene went with them, and they went with Miss Furr and Miss Skeene, some who were not heavy men, some who were not dark men. Miss Furr and Miss Skeene sat regularly. They sat with some men. Miss Furr and Miss Skeene went, and there were some men with them. There were men, and Miss Furr and Miss Skeene went with them, went somewhere with them, went with some of them. Helen Furr and Georgine Skeene were regularly living where very many were living and cultivating in themselves something. Helen Furr and Georgine Skeene were living very regularly then, being very regular then in being gay then. They did then learn many ways to be gay, and they were then being gay, being quite regular in being gay, and they were learning little things in ways of being gay. They were very regular then. They were learning very many little things in ways of being gay. They were being gay and using these little things they were learning to have to be gay with regularly gay with then, and they were gay the same amount they had been gay. They were quite gay, they were quite regular, they were learning little things, gay little things. They were gay inside them the same amount they had been gay, they were gay the same length of time they had been gay every day. They were regular in being gay, they learned little things that are things in being gay. They learned many little things that are things in being gay. They were gay every day. They were regular. They were gay. They were gay the same length of time every day. They were gay. They were quite regularly gay. Georgine Skeene went away to stay 2 months with her brother. Helen Furr did not go then to stay with her father and her mother. Helen Furr stayed there where they had been regularly living, the two of them, and she would then certainly not be lonesome. She would go on being gay. She did go on being gay. She was not any more gay, but she was gay longer every day than they had been being gay when they were together being gay. She was gay then quite exactly the same way. She learned a few more little ways of being in being gay. She was quite gay, and in the same way she had been gay, and she was gay a little longer in the day, more of each day she was gay. She was gay longer every day than when the two of them had been being gay. She was gay quite in the way they had been gay, quite in the same way. She was not lonesome then. She was not at all feeling any need of having Georgine Skeene. She was not astonished at this thing. She would have been a little astonished by this thing, but she knew she was not astonished at anything, and so she was not astonished at this thing, not astonished at not feeling any need of having Georgine Skeene. Helen Furr had quite a completely pleasant voice, and it was quite well enough cultivated, and she could use it, and she did use it, but then there was not any way of working at cultivating a completely pleasant voice when it has become a quite completely well enough cultivated one, and there was not much use in using it when one was not wanting it to be helping to make one a gay one. Helen Furr was not needing using her voice to be a gay one. She was gay then, and sometimes she used her voice, and she was not using it very often. It was quite completely enough cultivated, and it was quite completely a pleasant one, and she did not use it very often. She was then, she was quite exactly as gay as she had been. She was gay a little longer in the day than she had been. She was gay exactly the same way. She was never tired of being gay that way. She had learned very many little ways to use in being gay. Very many were telling about using other ways in being gay. She was gay enough. She was always gay exactly the same way. She was always learning little things to use in being gay. She was telling about using other ways in being gay. She was telling about learning other ways in being gay. She was learning other ways in being gay. She would be using other ways in being gay. She would always be gay in the same way, when Georgine Skeene was there, not so long each day as when Georgine Skeene was away. She came to using many ways in being gay. She came to use every way in being gay. She went on living where many were cultivating something, and she was gay. She had used every way to be gay. They did not live together then, Helen Furr and Georgine Skeene. Helen Furr lived there the longer, where they had been living regularly together. Then neither of them were living there any longer. Helen Furr was living somewhere else then, and telling some about being gay, and she was gay then, and she was living quite regularly then. She was regularly gay then. She was quite regular in being gay then. She remembered all the little ways of being gay. She used all the little ways of being gay. She was quite regularly gay. She told many then the way of being gay. She taught very many then little ways they could use in being gay. She was living very well. She was gay then. She went on living then. She was regular in being gay. She always was living very well and was gay very well, and was telling about little ways one could be learning to use in being gay, and later was telling them quite often, telling them again and again. End of section 3. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
Section 4 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 4. A Collection. My Dear Miss Carey, a Story. There were little places to see in Fernville. The town, the hospital, the lying-in hospital, the seashore, and the city. Once we met my brother. He was ringing a bell. He needed an umbrella, but he would not buy it. I sent him one not prepaid. Oh, yes, the people are kind. They all drink together. Even now. No, not now. We are late. Did you see the pear tree? It resembles the figs. They are often ripe. They grow in great abundance. We like milk. My father likes milk and coffee. Whenever there are flowers, my mother is angry. She is even angry with me. That is to say, she is generous enough and wishes everything back. We are all that way. My brother takes coal away in a little bag for use. All dark days are necessary. No permission is asked, and it is given. For all day. For all day. Whenever it is needed. Not whenever it is needed. We do as we say it is best to do. Even religious people do so. Come together in Fernville. Not I thank you. My brother finds handkerchiefs there. For men and for women. So does his wife. Many, not very many. She brings them with her. Is that so? Many handkerchiefs are not necessary in Fernville. No, indeed. We dismiss the church. We separate it. We have it today. A great many people call on one another. Not altogether that. The post office of my brother. Now, not now. Yes, he is there now, since the war. Yes, since the war. I remember when I was a bee of C. I did not speak to old men then, not when I was busy. I waited until I was tired, and then we all sat down and had a cup of coffee. Coffee is very nourishing. I am very sensitive to the influence of coffee. So are we all. Do you think that we are married? That we are all married? Mr. Weeks is married. He is going to be able to follow my advice. I advise him to go to my country. There he will do very well. The only advice I have to give him is never to live in the city. His wife does not like the city, nor does she like a sunny climate. She is not able to go about with him. We are all of us leaving the end of the month. Do not be angry. I was very much surprised that water was the same color. As what? As the sun. I feel that I must go at once. Did you entirely forget about the other? Drowning in water? This is a question that I have never asked about, because in the summer one does not think about it. Now it is winter, but it is as warm as in summer. Dear friends have a way of relating themselves to a town. We find in some districts that there are better ways of investing money. Some find that at the end of the war they are not able to continue paying on their houses. Does this affect you? Oh, no, because even if the father of my child is killed, his sister will continue to give the money. She is obliged to by law. This makes the whole matter very simple. Not to me. I have always been accustomed to it and have had some difficulty. Yes, we know that it is suddenly cold. You are not pleased to see the sun setting. Indeed, I cannot blame you. Polybe in port, a curtain raiser. Polybe in port, a hunter. He was not a hunter. He had a gun. I do not know whether they have permission to shoot. Of course, he must have if he has a gun. In this country, they have a great many dogs who hunt rabbits. They run quicker. We are surprised to see him. Polybe is an ornament. He is not thinner. He likes the water now. This I do not believe. Neither do I believe there was any intention to go that way. Which way do you mean? Polybe does not remember. Me. Yes. The house. Yes. The servant. Yes. You are not mistaken. We are not mistaken. A great many shrubs, every one of which are labeled. Scene 2. A credit to me. The cares and duties of a mother had been denied to Carrie Russell. Polybe silent. He said earnestly that it didn't matter. Spanish chattings. Do you keep books? All weddings are back. Pigeons. Pigeons recognize persons, do they? We saw them. They flew around. Shooting pigeons is necessary. For what? For the sea. I see old peppers that are dried. We do not complain. We say winds are violent, and I do not wish for them. I do not wish to see the stars. Call it out of here. You mean that pole? No, indeed, I don't mean Inca. Oh, yes, certainly. They came together. I can tell a little story. I cannot describe the character, nor the color in the street, nor the kind of a stone. A great many people have silver purses. Wild flowers. We collected wild flowers. We enjoyed it very much. In a window we saw exhibited the things that can be found in the country. There was a satisfaction that we had the temporary installation which made it possible for us to ask another servant not to visit our servant. We did not do so. We were not neglectful of our best interests. Will they crush Germany? They will crush Germany. There is no doubt about it. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marmalade Hannah. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 5. France. Likely and more than evenly, unevenly and not unlikely. Very much that and any way more. This is the left-over method. There is nothing left, because if it were left, it would be left over. This does not make music. The time to state this is in reading. There is a beginning in a lesson in smiling. What is up is not down, and what is down is not reversing, and what is refused is not a section, and what is silenced is not speaking. This does not make the rude ones murmur. This does not make a penny smaller. This does not make religion. All the time there is a melodrama, there is monopoly, and all the time there is more, there is no excuse. A luck in breaths is more to be denied than music, much more. The only long string is that which is not twisted. All the same, there is no excuse. A sight is not a shadow, and a whole rise in a cry is not more piercing than danger of being mixed into an affair where there are witnesses. If writing is in little pieces and little places, and a little door is open, many little doors are not open, and writing is not surreptitious, it is not even obliging. To show the difference between an occasion and merit and a button, it is necessary to recognize that an honor is not forced, so that there is no question of taste. To exchange a single statue for a coat of silk or a coat of wool is not necessary, as there are appliances. A somber day is one when there is no pleading. Made in haste, not made in haste, made in darkness, not made in darkness, made in a place, made in a place. The whole stretched out is not part of the whole block. The whole stretched out is so arranged that there is not stumbling, but what is just as remarkable, pushing. An easy expression of being willing, of being hunting, of being so stupid that there is no question of not selling. All these things cause more discussion than a resolution, and this is so astonishing when there is nothing to do, and an excellent reason for an exchange, and yet the practice of it makes such an example that any day is a season. To be sure that the trees have winter, and the plants have summer, and the house is painting, to be sure of this engages some attention. The time to place this in the way is not what is expected from a diner. The whole thing that shows the results is the little way that the balls and the pieces that are with them, which are not birds, as they are older, do not measure distance between a cover and a calendar. This, which is not a question, is not reverse, and the question, which is a question, is at noon. To question a special date is not mercenary. To answer a single servant is not obligatory. To be afraid is not nearsighted. An exclamation does not connect more grass than there is with any more trees than have branches. The special scenery which makes the blameless sea and the solitary resemble a conversation is not that which resembles that memory. There is no necessity for furthering the regulation of the understanding. One special absence does not make any place empty. The dampness which is not covered by a cloth is not mingled with color, and it comes. There is no astonishment nor width. Education, education, apprenticeship, and all the meeting of nephews and trains and changing papers and remaining when there is no chance to go there, all this occupied a whole sentence. It is a shame that there is not such an only use for that. It is a shame, and there is no indignation more indignant. Everything is an indication of the simple remedy that is applied when there is no refusal and no application. Everything which shows that is not tied with a string or any little string. All the same, there is not much of a remedy. Alarm over the action of the one who, when he sees the light rise and the sun set and the stars shine and the water flow, alarm is the same alarm as any alarm. In all the same ways that pieces are separated, in all these ways there are those placed things which are not pieces. They are not pieces, and there is reason. There is reason in it because the whole thing shows such dissociation that all doing it for that purpose and together there can be no question that they succeed. A tobacco habit is one that a leaf does not enlighten, and yet carelessness is so extraordinary. Supposing that the arrangement had been made and that it was agreed that no separation between any one being one and being another one could be established. Supposing this were agreed and there was no conversation, would this enlighten any one? If it would, why is the result so ambiguous? It is not ambiguous because the authority which does not authorize washing does supply soap. This does not make any change. It is sensible to be around, it is very sensible. It is so sensible that there is every way of stopping a selection. And then there is selection. There is a respect for resignation. There is no disturbance in a disappointment. The question is there more urging than satisfaction? Is there more distribution than renewal? This is not a question, it is a relaxing. And then the time comes for more noise. Is there then more noise? There is then re-establishment. Does that mean return of a price which is plentiful? Nobody knows. All this shows something. It shows that there can be suspicion. There is no separation in majesty. Terms, lines, sections, extra packing, nothing shows that confidence. All the same, there is news. The time to stay away is in vacation. Why is there no place chosen? The answer is simple. It consists in explaining that there has been given the use of all that will be used. This does not show feeling. A curtain is not crazy. It has no way of being crazy. It has hardly a way of enraging a resemblance. It has no resurrection. Indeed, the chances are that when there is seen more astonishment than anything that is placed, it is very likely that the whole system will not be much estranged as devastated. And yet, supposing they do not mean that, supposing they do say that it will be a success, supposing they do say, does that mean that oration is contradiction? It does not. Just a word to show a kite that clouds are higher than a thing that is smaller. Just that word, and no single silence is closer. Suggest that the passage is filled with feathers. Suggest that there are all together. Suggest that using boxes is heavy. Suggest that there is no feather. Suggest all these things, and what is the result? The result is that everything gets put away. All the silence is adequate to a rumble, and all the silliness is adequate to a procession, and all the recitation is equal to the hammer, and all the paving is equal to summer. All the same, the detaining most is the reason that there is a pillar, and mostly what is shocking is a rooster. This is not so easily said. There is no occasion for a red result. Laugh, to laugh, all the same the title is inclinable. What a change from any yesterday. A period of singular results and no gloom, such a period shows such a rapid approach that there is no search in silence, and yet not a sound, not any sound is searching, no sound is an occasion. A fine fan and a fine closet and a very fine handkerchief and quite a fine article, all these together shows where there has been plenty of rebuke and plenty of expectation and plentifully reduction of suspension, and so the season is the same and there is every corner. No chance shows the rapidity of exchange. No chance, and this, which means one is the same as any two halves, and this is not outrageous, not a bit outrageous, it is simply the sign of splendor. All the tempting and the chewing and the cloth, all of it shows no sign and no symbol, it does not, and that is no disgrace. If standing is an illusion, is it necessary to be pressed to bend in that direction? Is it necessary? And if it is necessary, is it polite? And if it is polite, is it urgent? And if it is not urgent, is it an impulse? No question has so much disturbance as the principal reunion. This is not so distinguished when there are no ties in the window. This is completely changed. Once there were none, and now there are none. There are no rebukes. A privilege is not painful. A recurrence is not artificial. It is not separating that which satisfies no finger. It is not fading. What was it that was not wished? The reason is that the section is there, and no reflection makes abundance. The only tangle is when there is abundance, and there is abundance when there is pulling and piling. Does this seem to scream? It does not. There is not even clustering, and yet not hampering. Just singling everything does not make sorrow. It makes no plant grander. It does not make a plant slender. It does not make it so slender that there is every size. All privilege and all practice, all suspicion and grandeur, all the timber and a little wood, all this makes silver. Paper is chosen and gold is cheap. Does this make a little salt? It does not. It makes copper. Little frame, if it is cheaper than a big one, is a different size. There is no disputing, as memory is a reminder. Not to pay for a conversation, not to pay anything for a conversation, not to throw away paying, not to pass paying, not to pay anything that is not being a victim. What is victory? Victory is that which is shewing liberation and a girdle and gratitude and resignation and a choice display and more flavor, shows a strange reluctance to have a maritime connection. This is victory. A license. What is a license? What is a license? An angry coat, a very angry coat shines. Butter is not frozen. This does not mean that there is no bravery and no mistake. This does not show a conclusion. Difference is no excuse. Grain is no excuse. Even the remains of a pear is an excuse. And yet, is there graciousness? There is, if there is generosity. There is so much fruit. This is kindly a mistake. No misunderstanding is insurmountable. Cage no lion. Not to cage a lion is not dirty. It is not even merciless. It is not malodorous. It is not virtue. To surround a giraffe, what does that mean? To surround a mixture, that means something. Solid, what is solid? Is more solid than everything. It is not doubtful because there is no necessity. Haughtiness. There is haughtiness when there is no tape and no billiard rooms and no need to be secured from wet. There is certainly some selected obstacles. the certainty of a change in the parts that speak. This uncertainty does not show, as it does not fashion speech. All union is in the widow, and all menace is in the band. Any way to bend the hat is the way to encourage vice. Virtue, all virtue is resolved, and some and any hat, every hat is identical. A shadow, a white shadow, is a mountain. Kindness, what is kindness? Kindness is the necessity of preserving, of really preserving all the parts of speech and teaching, not music so much as trimming and a costume, and sincerely, most sincerely, shoving regions together. Notice a room. In noticing a room, what is there to notice? The first thing to notice is the room, and the windows, and the door, and the table, and the place where there are divisions, and the center of the room, and the rest of the people. All this is necessary, and then there's finance. Heavy where heaviness is, and no mistake plentifully. Heavy where the breeze is, and no darkness plentifully. Heavy where there is a voice, and a noise, and singling out a company. Heavy where there is a sale of accents and raisins, and possibly more ways of not being heavy. Certainly there is no peril, and yet think often, is daintiness and a collar heavy, is it? And what is the disturbance? Is there not more resignation? So there is not coming anything. There certainly is no single space useful and betrothed and vulgar and not pretty. There is a sign in placing nothing. This changes from day to day, any day. Surely no change is a blessing. All the search is in violation, and yet a single search is a single search willing. It is cautious. There is riot. The likelihood of dipping and drawing and digesting and drinking and dirtying, not dirtying smoking, the likelihood of all this makes such an order that every discussion is simultaneous. A large increase in beer, any large increase is here. Some large increase is clear. No large increase is dear. A lily, a very lily is accurate, and described and surrounded, and so venturesome that there is risk and writing, there is even inlaying. Darkness, there is no darkness in extremity and in mixing and in originating scattering religion. There is no darkness in designing. A group, a single group proceeding, show the necessity of the distribution of the same organization, as there is, if there is, assuming that there is, if there is, reorganization. Flour and water, and even more, even a gram of grain and a single little blister. Very likely the chance is not perfect, and the exquisite arrangement has lace. Very likely there are no stains, and more likely there are ruffles. In all of this there is no use in practicing medicine. Quinine, any quinine is useful, and more, there is more, there can be more, there is an apartment. A sign of saving consists in spending the late morning in the morning, and in urging in certainly not urging a calculation. A sign of saving is so simple if there is enough handed about, and surely no pains in piling are more shown than when everything is in dishes. This does not happen in an asylum. It does not even happen in the hay and in the double shapes that shelter cooking. A top, a tiny little top that sits and spits and shows the courage calmly. This is so soon an exasperation and a piece of lightning. It is so ordinarily just that occasion. It is so kindly dispiriting. It is so haughty, if there is pushing. There is pushing. This is what makes it a repetition. A log. What is a log to do when it floats? It is to do nothing as it floats, but certainly it would be best that it should adjust to itself certainly. This alone does not make an explanation. A degree of resorts and a shining wave, all this together does not make a regulation, and it does not make that irregular. It sustains mischief and an order, and it even enforces the likelihood of the season and some color. So sustained is a paragraph that a sentence shows no staring and some noise. This is so simple in the size that it is medium and is medium-sized sentinel. There is no kilometer. That does not make a sample. Keep the place that is not open. Close the place that has one door. Shut the place that has a cellar. Suffer where all suffer more. Argue, and shelter the understanding orphan. And silence that is silence is not sufficient. There must even be sleep. Puzzle is more than a speck and a soiled collar. A pound is more than oatmeal and a new institution. A silence is no more than occasional. It respects understanding and salt and even a rope. It respects a newsstand, and it very also respects desert. All the ice can descend together. Was there freedom? Was there enchaining? Was there even a height rising from higher? If there was, what is a coat worth, and by whom was it made when? A lining, any lining is a trimming. More trimming is extra. A sort of arranging, a kindling of paying a shilling. Does that mean another extravagance and more candles? No more candles. It does not show. A famous single candle has a chance to shine, so that glaring meant that no more be reversed by lightning. The safe lamp, and the bright lamp, and the dirty lamp, and the long lamp, were all not the lamps that were attending baptism. Why is the baptism patient? Baptism is patient in the first place because there is no coarse cloth. In the second place, because when there is nothing taken, enough is left to give every reason. A practice which engaged more attention than the rest was that which shaved a tame stopper, and did not even end that. Supposing crossing a street is necessary, supposing it is, does that show more of such occasion? It does, and it does. A lime is in labor, a lemon is cooler, a citron is larger, a currant is redder, a strawberry is more vexed, and a banana is straighter. A little thing is a little thing, a single point is bigger, a bigger thing is a bigger thing, an older thing is older, an older thing is an older thing, a station is a station, a station is a station, and a station is a thing, and stationary only that is a stationary thing. A blind being blind and deaf being deaf and blind and deaf, and a coat with a cape, and more use in all than in any shape, all this makes a reason for criticizing the use of machinery and paper, and even a pen, and even a stamp, and even more flags than ever. In the pin, in the picking of a pin, in sewing a little feather, and avoiding deserting a pin, it retaining the feather, and arranging to rank the pin as a pin, and to hold it there, where, if it is seen, it is found, and if it is found, it is seen. To not mark a pin and select a pin, all this is reason for using that way of waiting. A standard blessed is a standard that is blue, if it is blue and white, when it is blue and white. Supposing there is no money, supposing there is no dress and no skirt, supposing there is no window and no bed, supposing there is no more distribution and not any more violence, supposing there is not even arithmetic and intelligence, supposing there is a light and a round hole, does that mean that there is no success suggested? It does not. A little bit of choice makes a color regular. A little bit of black makes dinner necessary. If there is a shape, a real shape prettily, if there is, and there is no wonder, does it happen all the time? If it does not, is there a certainty that there is collision? These interesting questions crowd the house. They crowd. They do not crowd everywhere. They crowd separately. All there is of more chances is in a book. All there is of any more chances is in a list. All there is of chances is an address. All there is what is the best place not to remain sitting, and suggesting that there is no title for relieving rising. An excursion. What is an excursion? An excursion is a picnic if it is recurrent. It is a picnic if there is no absence. It is a picnic, and not necessarily it is a picnic. Black horses, very black horses, are not peculiar. Very large horses are not peculiar. Very splendid horses are not peculiar. Horses are peculiar regularly, and with an awkward resemblance to the best, the very best description and regret. The kindness of this is mentioned, and very often, quite often, the same rebuke is outrageous. Not allowed, not only allowed to eat, to ache, to resemble, to project, to make a motion, to study preaching, to stumble on anything, to stretch audibly. Not allowed a prize, or a couch, or even what is not necessary, a searching, not allowed more formally, not allowed more entirely, not allowed a dispensary. It is a custom when it is not undue, when it is not undue, when it is not. It is a custom when it is more due, when it is an angle. It is not a custom, it is a custom altogether. In cross and across, in that show and wide there is the sensory statement that there is night rule and a winter rule, and even the chamber is empty, and watches, why are watches lighted? What a day to pay to stay, what a day! When the work is done too soon, and there is a crossing of hands, and even of heads entirely when there is, and when the rest is so awake, is there any slept out sleeping? There is not gradually. There is more chance than there would be in a colored collection. There is more chance, certainly. What is the resolution between a cutlet and an ingredient? It is mentioned and made in paper and floating. What is the example of a miner? A single example is in the best of cups, and also in the rest of the places, and also in the show that is there. After a mixed cloud, is there any use in trimming? There is. There is a trimming behind in. Therein no use. There is the case. Calm, a calm, that calm, along the calm. This which is in the L is so much our so. When and when is there. When the rail is the passage to. Through and so and much orderly. Beginning to twining, and sudden girls what is mended in a street, what is a rut in finish. What is it in a market? A considerable engagement, a considerable engagement. Excuse the point that makes a division between the right and the left, that which is in the middle, in between. Surprise an engagement, surprise it so that an arrangement is all the time. This is a way, this is a trout, this is the succession. To linger in the pale way and not to show spots to be greener, to do this means that all the references are what they are. A pedal is that which when examined is made, and this is no mistake in regularity, it is a splendid thing. Covering in and covering with inside covering a lion with the same shape as the bear, and yet what is the best measure for a tiger? What is the measure steadily? A half safe wife and a whole safe wife, and a half safe wife and a half safe wife. A bet and sugar and a bet and within, a bet and within and a bet in within. Cut a slice to show a pear, cut a slice to show a row, cut a slice and there is visiting. An angel is in the exchange. Suppose that there is a cost, suppose that there is a beggar, suppose that there is a powder, and a powder suppose there is a real gold mine. A curly fate and a household fact, and a gloom too soon, and a couple of necessary pockets. Explain. Explain why there's a shell fish and an oyster. A pleasant little spot to have gold. The same spot is used for silver. The gold is the best way to keep it. The silver is the best way to keep silver. A cloud of white and a chorus of all bright birds, and a very sweet cherry, and a thick miss, a thick and a dark and a clean clerk, a whole succession of mantelpieces. Conceal a nose and climb, counsel a name and shudder, believe a glass and relate, cool a pound and put in that. Wednesday is a day, and a closed begging is reasonable, reasonable is reasonable, reasonable is reasonable. Piston and close, consider the wet sack, coal hack, hack a piece of gum. End of section 5. Recording by Marmalade Hanna, Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
Section 6 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein, Section 6, Americans. Eating and paper. A laugh in a loop is not dinner. There is so much to pray. A slight price is a potato. A slimness is in length and even in strength. A capable extravagance, that is that which shows no provision, is that which, when necessity is mild, shows a certain distribution of anger. This is no sign of sin. 5 are more wonderful than a million. 5,000,000, 5,000,000, 5,000,000, 5 are more wonderful than 2 together, 2 together, 2 together. A song, if a sad song is in unison and is sung, a sad song is singing, a sign of singing. A gap, what is a gap when there is not any meaning in a slice with a hole in it? What is the exchange between the whole and no more witnesses? Press juice from a button. Press it carelessly. Press it with care. Press it in a storm. A storm is so waiting and awful, and moreover so much the worse for being where there is a storm, that the whole use of more realization comes out of a narrow bridge and water faucets. This is no plain evidence of disaster. The point of it is that there is a strange straw being in any strange ice cream. A legal pencil, a really legal pencil, is incredible. It fastens the whole strong iron wire calendar. An inherent investigation. Does that mean murder, or does it only mean a railroad track with plenty of cinders? Words that cumber nothing and call exceptionally tall people from very far away are those that have the same center as those used by them frequently. Bale. Bale is a thing that surrounding largely means hay. No hay has any more food than it needs to weigh that way, henceforth, and not more that, most likely. A soap, a whole soap, any piece of a whole soap, more whole soap, and not mistily, all this is no outrage and no blessing. A precious thing is an oily thing, in that there is no sugar and silence. A reason is that a curly house, an ordinary curly house, is exactly that. It is exactly more than that, so it is exactly no more than that. Waiter. When is a waiter passive and expressed? A waiter is so when there is no more selection, and really no more buckets altogether. This is what remains. It does. It is kindly exacted. It is pleased. It is anxious. It is even worthy when a material is like it. It is. What is a hinge? A hinge is a location. What is a hinge necessarily? When the buttercup is limited and there are radishes, when radishes are clean and a whole school, a real school, is outrageous and more incensed, really more incensed and inclined, when the single satisfaction is so perfect and the pearl is so demure, when all this is changed, then there is no rattle, there is hardly any rattle. A and B, and also nothing of the same direction, is the best personal division there is between any laughing. The climate, the whole thing is surrounded. It is not pressed. It is not a vessel. It is not all there is of joining. It is a real, anxious, needful, and it is so seldom circular, so more so than any article in the wire. The cluster is just the same ordinarily. Supposing a movement is segregated, and there is a piece of staging, suppose there is, and the present is melted, does that mean that any salt is bitter? Would it change an investigation suddenly? When it would it mean a long, wide, and not particular eddy? Would it? And if it did, would there be a change? A kind of exercise is hardest, and the best excellence is sweet. Finding a best hat with a hearty hat pin in midsummer is a reason for being blindly. A smell is not in earth. A wonder to chew and to eat and to mind and to set into the very tiny glass that is tall. This is that when there is a tenement, all weights are scales. No put in a closet, no skirt in a closet, no lily, not a lime lily, a solving and learned, awake and highing, and a throat and a throat and a short set color, and a collar and a color. The last degree in the kink in a glove, the rest. A letter to press is not rowdy. It is not sliding. It is not a measure of the increasing swindling of elastic and breaking. The thread is the language of yesterday. It is the resolution of today. It is no pain. What is pain? Pain is so changing the climate and the best ever that it is a time. It is really only a time. It is so winding. It is even. A warm banana is warm naturally, and this makes an ingredient in a mixture which has banana in it. Cooling in the chasing void, cooling more than a milder. Hold that hoe, that is hold the hold. Pow word. A pow word is organic and sectional and an old man's company. Win, and a little bit chickeny. Wet, a long last hollow chucking jam. Gather, a last butter in a cheese, a lasting surrounding action. White green, a white green. A looking like that is a most connected piece of example of what it is, where there is no choking in any sign. Pin in, and point clear, and point where. Breakfast. Breakfast is the arrangement that beggars corn, that shows the habit of fishes, that powders aches and stumblings, and any useful thing. The way to say it is to say it. No counting in not cousins, no counting for that example and that number of 30 and 13 and 36 and 30. A blind hobble which makes distress, a place not to put in a foot, a place so called and in close color, a place best and more shape and really a thought. Cousin, why there is no cousin, because it is an article to be preparatory. Was it green told? Was it a pill? Was it chased awake? Will it sail per peas are fish, chicken, cold ups, nail poppers, nail pack, and hers extra? Look passe per, look past per, look past per, look past fur, look past fur, look past fur. No end in yours, knock puzzle palers, no beast in papers, no bird. Icer cream, ice her steam, ice her icer, ice see excellent, excel gone in front, excel scent. Leaves of wet perfect sharpened setters, leaves of wet per feet shape, for seal weight, for shirters. Leaves of wet for ear pole ache sold hers, ears forsake heat purse change to meters, change to be a sunk, leave to see wet hers, but to why in that piece so not lot. Please bell room, fasten a character, fasten a care in apter buttons, fasten a care in such, fasten a care in. A lovely life in the center makes a mine in found, a lovely pond in the water makes it just a space. A lovely seat in a day lump makes a set to collapse. A lovely light in a grass field makes it see just the early day in when there is a sight of please. Do, tie, do, to die, do, show the never, less, more, way less. Do, way the more, do, way less. Let us call a boat, let us call a boat. Leave little grace to be. Leave little grace to be. Live little grace to be. Leave little grace. Leave little grace to be. Near red reserve, leave lavender acre bat. Shout us, shout horse curve less. Least be, least bay alter. Alter the sat pan and left all. Rest in, resafe in article so fur. A cannonball, a cigar, and a dress in suits. A cannonball, a cigar, and a dress suit case. A cannonball, a cigar, and a dress suit case. A head, a hand, a little above, a shake in my and mine's. Let us leaves more itch, bars touch. Nap old in town inch chair, nap on in term on chain, do deal sack file in for, do bail send on and for, reset the pan old in for same, and chew get that all based for, nice nor call churches, meet by, and boot send for in. Last when with and by, that which for with all do sign call, meet with like shall what sure's not bought lest, not by bought lest, In own see certain, in own so same excellent, excellent, Harry, Harry, excellent, not excellent, excellent, not. B.R. Brute says, a hole is a true, a true, a true. Little paper and dolls, little paper and row, why? Little paper and a thin opera extra. No use to age mother, no whole wide able recent mouth parcel, no relief farther, no relief in loosens, no relief abler, no relief pie pepper nights, no relief poor, no relief or no relief or no relief. America, America, America. The go leading S. The go leading S. Cans be forgot. And nigh is a niecer to bit, a niecer to bit. It was a peach. It was a long suit. It was heavy, harsh singes. Leave crack, his eats, all guessed a stove, like bit. Nuts. When and if the bloom is on next, and really, it is a team. It is a left, and all it cut. It is a so like that between and a shun with a believer in the extra not, extra, a rechange for it more. No, sir. No, it, sir. It was a tame inn. It was a tame inn, and a little vent made a whole simmer a wish. What is it not to say reach house? Coal mill well. It to lease house, coal mill tell, coal in meal tell. A pill shape with a round center. Color cook, color him with ready BBs, and neat show pole glass, and nearly be seen every day more see what all, pearly little not shut, no rail see her, no Peter, no rot. Poles are seeds, and near the change pets are swimming, and a plate, all a plate is reed pour for the grammar of lake. Lake in a sad old chimney last, and needs. In the mutton and the meat there is a change to pork walk, with a walk mean clean, and butter, and does it show the feather bench? Does it mean the actual and not? Or does it light the cylinder? It is in choice and chosen, it is in choice and knee, and just the same to bay. To irregulate gums. America, key. It is to nestle by the pin grove sure. All agree to the counting 8, Paul. Paul is better. Vest in restraint, in repute. Shown land in constate. I am sorry. I am awfully sorry. I am so sorry. No fry shall it see bow it. Nibbling bit, may the land in awe for. It is not a particular lamplights which absolutely so far pull sizes and nearby in the change with it not in the behoof. It was a singe. It was a scene in the inn. It was a singe in. Never sink, sinker, never sink, sinker sunk, sinker, sink. A cattle sheep. by the white, 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 by the white, 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 by the white, 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 by the white, by the white, by the white, 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 white. Needless in pins. In the fence, in the for instance, in the fence, or how, hold chirp, her, hold your paper, hope, hop in, hit it, extra successive. Little beats of long Saturday tiling. No neck-leg tickling. Peel more such wake next stir day. Peel heaps pork seldom, coiled or red bench. A soul in a light is not waver. There is for much ash so. In the second, second. Poor were whose has. Pole sack serves. A neat, not necklace, neglect. A neat, not neglect. A neat, not neglect. Put a sun in Sunday. Sunday. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 7. Italians. Some of them were where some others of them were. Some of them were where no others of them were. One of them was where not any other of them, of that kind of them, had been, and it was a thing that was important to any one to have seen that one, to have heard that one. It would have been discouraging to see more of them. It was disillusioning to go to the place where there were many of them. If there were many of them, then there were more than one. If there were more than one, then there were many of them, and if there were many of them, one could know any one of them, and if one knew any one of them, one knew all of them. And if one knew all of them, then one would be beginning again. One would be beginning knowing them. One would be beginning knowing that kind of them. There are enough of them, and most of them are where the others of them are. There are enough of them, but certainly not too many of them, certainly not too many of them. There are many of them, and most of them are where the others of them are. They have a way of doing what they are doing. They have a way of not doing what they are not doing. They have a way of having some feeling about them that they are ones doing what they are doing in the way that is a thing satisfying the desire of having anybody do anything. They are ones that give to some feeling them a feeling of knowing that they will not do in a way that is satisfying anything they are doing. They are ones talking, they are ones doing something. They are ones waiting quickly, waiting very quickly, waiting for anything to be happening, and easily going on with waiting for anything to happen, to not happen again. They are ones talking and talking, and they are ones quick in talking, and waiting for something to happen, and they are ones who are not so quick, not quick enough not to be slow ones, quite slow ones. They are ones very many are seeing. There are very many of them. There are quite enough of them. There are not too many of them. Certainly very many are pleased at their being completely existing. Certainly very many are completely pleased by their being completely existing. There are not too many of them. They have something growing on them, some of them, a good many of them. And certainly very many others would not be wanting such things to be growing out of them, that is to say, growing on them. It makes them, those having such things, makes them elegant and charming, makes them ugly and disgusting, makes them clean looking and sleek and rich and dark, makes them dirty looking and fierce and annoying. They are not peculiar ones, these. They are very many of them. They are a kind of them. They are natural ones for any one to be knowing. There are many kinds of this kind of them. They are talking, often talking, and they are doing things with pieces of them while they are talking, and they are then sounding like something. They are then certainly sounding in a way that is a natural way for them to be sounding. They are having noise come out of them in a natural way for them to have noise come out of them. There are very many of them, not at all too many of them. Very many hear them, quite enough hear them. There are not too many of them, not at all too many of them. They are talking. They are moving their fingers and their arms and their hands then, and they have noises coming out of them, and some are hearing them. Quite a number hear them, and some like them. Very many like them. Very many tell about liking them. Some do not like them. Some tell about not liking them. Some are smaller than others. Some are darker than others. Some are harsher than others. Some are sweeter than others. Some are queerer than others. Some are older than others. Some have more hair on them than others. Some are softer than others. Some are quicker than others. Some have longer nails than others. Some have one longer nail than others. Some look longer at some than others. Some wear more things on them than others. Some wear more kinds of colors than others. Some are stronger than others. Some are noisier than others. Some are more respectful than others. Some are braver than others. Some are quieter than others. Some are not lovelier than others. There are very many of one kind of them, and they are not all the same, certainly not all the same. They are in a way the same, and yet not so much so that some of them are not altogether like some who are not at all of that kind of them. When there are very many of them together, they are more like each other. They are, and they seem to be, and that is natural. They are, that is natural because they are together. They seem to be, and that is natural because what is in one is carried over to the other one by it being in the feeling of the one looking at the one and then at the other one. There are a good many of that kind of them, and it is a good thing. Certainly it is not a bad thing. Certainly not any one is really objecting to their being ones being existing. They are ones who are being living, and then they go on being living, and some of them are not then being living. And they like it being living, and they can bear it to be not being living. It is not a sad thing that they are not being living, those who are not being living. It is not a sad thing that they are being living, those who are being living. It is a gentle thing. It is a lively enough thing. It is a pleasant enough thing. It is an important enough thing. There are very many of them who are not any longer being living. It is an accepted thing. It is a quiet thing. It is a pleasant thing. It is a certain thing. It is a thing not remembered, not forgotten. It is a thing existing. It is a thing persisting. It is a thing contenting any one. It is a thing disturbing some. It is a thing any one can have had happen in knowing any place where some of this kind of them have been living. It is a kind of them who are existing, who are ones very many are visiting. Very many always have been visiting them. Very many are going on visiting them, and that is a natural thing. They will do something, and they do things, and they will offer to do something, and they will then not be surprised if they are not succeeding. They will expect something, and they are surprised if they are not succeeding, and some of them are surprised and are quick then, and some of them are surprised and are slow then, and they are surprised, and really then being surprised is not existing in them. Really not. They are not surprised that they have not been succeeding. Certainly some of them are surprised if they are not succeeding, but certainly being alike all of them is in not being surprised that they are not succeeding. There are very many of them, and they are alike, all of them. Certainly they are not alike all of them. Certainly not. They are certainly not alike all of them. They are alike all of them. They are expecting something. They are doing some things. They are offering some things. They are not surprised that they are not succeeding. It is not a melancholy thing being one of them. It is not an interesting thing being one of them. It is not an exciting thing being one of them. It is not an important thing being all of them. It is an important enough thing being all of them. It is a pleasant thing being with them. It is not a pleasant thing expecting anything from them. It is not a disconcerting thing expecting anything from them. It is an agreeable thing knowing about them. It is an exciting thing first hearing about them. It is a delightful thing coming among them, although it is a frightening thing the first seeing of them. It is a very pleasant thing living where they are living. It is a completely pleasant thing living where they are living. It is a troublesome thing waiting for any one of them. It is a troublesome thing waiting for them to go on finishing anything. It is not an exasperating, not a disconcerting thing waiting for any one of them. They are certainly ones deciding something. They are certainly ones expecting anything. They are certainly ones not despairing in being ones being living. They are certainly ones not certain that they will be expecting anything. They are certainly ones deciding something. They are not ones deciding that they will be ones expecting something. They are not ones despairing. They are ones expecting something. They are ones deciding something. They are ones not deciding that they will be expecting something. They are ones not certain that they will be expecting something. It is a pleasant thing to be living among them. They are not interested in this thing. They are not at all interested in this thing. They are smiling. They are not interested in this thing. They are expecting something. They are interested in this thing. They are not certain they will be expecting something. They are feeling this thing. They are then deciding something. They like being living. They are not interested in this thing. They are quickly being existing. They are interested in this thing. They have been existing. They are not interested in this thing. They are going on being living. They are not interested in this thing. They are deciding something. They are not interested in that thing. They are doing something. They are going to be doing something. They are interested in that thing. They are going to be doing some other thing. They are interested in that thing. They are quicker than others who are slower. They are not interested in that thing. They are slower than others who are quicker. They are not interested in that thing. They are quicker than others who are slower. That is astonishing, but not to them. They are slower than others who are quicker. That is not astonishing, and not to them. They are quicker and they are slower, and certainly this is in all of them, and certainly this is astonishing to some coming to understand this thing. They certainly are deciding something. They are not interested in this thing. They are interested in everything. They are expecting something. They are not certain that they will be expecting something. They are deciding something then. They are not interested in this thing in deciding something, in having been deciding something. There are a good many of them. They are certainly different one from the other of them, quite different one from the other one of them, and this is quite a troublesome thing, and quite not an interesting thing to some. There are quite enough of them. They are certainly each one of them quite different from the others of them. There are some of them like others of them. This is a pleasant thing to some. There are some who are like others of them, and some of such of them are ones who are completely being that thing, being a kind of one which is a kind of one that is one giving to some a feeling of being an arranged one, that is in the whole of them a thing not exciting, not disconcerting, that is a thing that is a thing that is growing in a certain arrangement that is a solid, unexciting, definite, beautiful enough thing, that is a thing that is something that each one being that one is in some way knowing, that is a thing that some are admiring, that is a thing that is not intensely interesting any one, that is a thing that is a beautiful thing in being a beautiful kind of existing thing, that is a thing that is a very agreeable thing, and one is liking and one is noticing that thing. There are very many being existing who are ones who are talking quite often, and they are sounding as they are looking, as they are acting, as they are being. They are certainly sounding very pleasant when they are not sounding harsh and terrifying and unpleasant. They are certainly sounding pleasantly, and that is sometimes a surprising thing. And it is sometimes a surprising thing that they are not always pleasantly sounding. It is quite a serious thing deciding if they are pleasing to one or not pleasing to one. It is quite a serious thing coming to a decision. If they are pleasing to one, that is an important thing. If they are not pleasing to one, that is an important thing. If some of them were different, not so very different, they would not be so willing to go on being living. If some of them were different and not so very different, they would be certain to be expecting something. If some of them were different, quite a little different, they would be winning something. If some of them were different, not really different, they would be quite certain not to go on being living. If some of them were different, just a little different, they would be doing something that would be making some other one decide something. If some of them were certain that they would go on being living, they would decide something, and really they are certain, in a way completely certain, all of them, that they are going on living, that not any one is going on living. They are all of them quite certain that every one who is not coming to be a dead one is going on being living. They are all of them quite certain of this thing. They are all of them in a way always saying such a thing. They are all of them in a way patient with this thing. They are all of them certain that not any one is going on being living. They are all of them quite patient with this thing. They are, very many of them, very lively in this thing. They are, very many of them, quite quick in remembering, quite quick in not living in this thing. They are then ones, all of them certain that any one not coming to be a dead one is going on being living. They are all of them quite certain that not any one is going on being living. They are all of them quite patient with these things. They are all of them quite quick, and they are not forgetting anything of these things. They are living, and they are quite quick, and they are not remembering, and they are not forgetting anything of these things. When they are young, they are quicker than when they are old. When they are quite young, they are very much quicker than when they are old. When they are young, they are quicker than when they are old, but not really quicker. They are not slow when they are old. When they are very young, they are very much quicker than when they are older. They are quicker when they are young, when they are very young. When they are old, then it is ever natural for them, for any one to think them. And certainly this is a very natural thing, a very natural thing. They are quick, and certainly they have very much time to be quick in, and they are using very much time for this thing. And certainly any one can know this thing, that they are using very much time, a great deal of time. They certainly have been. They certainly are using very much time. Any one can know this thing. Any of them can know this thing. Every one knows this thing, knows they are using very much time, that they are all of them using up very much time. Every one is naturally certain of this thing, that any of them, that all of them are using very much time. They are then quick ones, quicker when they are very young than when they are older, a little quicker when they are young than when they are old. There are quite enough of them. They are different enough, each one of them, from the others of them. They are different enough, each one of them, from the others of them, and it is easy enough to know this thing, to know that each of them are different enough from the others of them. It is certainly easy enough to know this thing, to know that each of them are different enough from the others of them. They are different enough, each one of them, from the others of them. In a way, it is completely easy to know this thing, to know that each of them are different enough from the others of them. They certainly can show this thing, any of them can show this thing, that they are different enough from the others of them. There are enough of them. There are not too many of them. There are quite enough of them. Each of them is quite different enough from the others of them. They do, each one of them, easily enough show this thing, quite easily show this thing, that they are different enough, each one of them, from the others of them. In a way, they are completely simply showing this thing, that each one of them is different from the others of them, from any of the others of them. They can very simply be showing this thing, and certainly then it is a thing to be pleasing to any one to be knowing that each one of them is different enough from any of the others of them, and is simply enough showing this thing. Certainly any one can be completely showing this thing, any one of them, that they are different enough from any others of them, and they are, any one of them, completely simply showing this thing. So then it is a pleasing thing, this thing, and again and again and again it is a pleasing thing, and certainly each one of them is showing such a thing, showing they are different enough from any other one of them, simply enough showing this thing. So then it is a simple enough thing, being different enough from any other of them. This then is a simple enough thing. In a way, then, it is a pleasing thing. Certainly this thing is a pleasing thing. It is a simple enough thing. It is a pleasing enough thing. This thing, completely this thing a completely simple thing, a completely pleasing thing, is a thing existing, and certainly every one is knowing it, in all of these of them knowing it so as to be quite certain. being different enough from any other one is a simple enough thing in all of these of them, and certainly very many are being completely content with this thing, with these being completely expressing this thing, with these having been completely expressing this thing. Some then are knowing that certainly this is completely pleasing, this thing, this being different enough from any other of them, this being simply enough in all of them, and certainly then every one has been certain that such a thing has been completely pleasing. Certainly all of them, and there certainly are enough of them, and not too many of them, and very many of them are each one different enough from any other one of them, and are simply enough such a thing are simply enough different enough, and certainly such a thing is pleasing, and certainly it is completely enough existing to make them being ones being, having been completely pleasing, and certainly having been completely expressing such a thing, being different enough each one of them, being simply enough such a thing, having been completely enough expressing such a thing, being so simply that thing different enough each one of them has made than one certainly having been completely pleasing, having been completely expressing a thing, being completely pleasing. Certainly it is not a complicated thing, being different enough from any other one, being simply enough different enough, and certainly these then are expressing this thing, and certainly this has been completely expressed by them, and they are expressing this thing. Some are needing that not any one is one some are not wondering about, and then again and again finding that they are knowing everything that that one is ever doing. Very many are needing this thing, and these then are ones being living, and these then being ones being living are ones sometimes singing, and sometimes making noises, and being ones just then not wondering and not knowing anything about any one doing anything. So then all of them, all of each of them that are being existing and being ones being such ones are being ones who are ones being ones of this kind of them. This kind then are all of them, for all of them are of this kind of them. Many of them, any of them, are ones that are completely not needing going on being living when they are ones anyone is hearing. Many of them, any of them, are almost not at all needing going on being living if anyone has been listening. And certainly very many are listening, mostly all of them are listening. Any of them are listening, and so not any of them are needing to be going on being living. Certainly any one of them, all of them are different from any other one of them. Certainly all of them, any one of them, if any one has been listening to them, are not needing then to be ones going on being living. Very many of them, almost all of them, are listening. Very many of them, all of them, are having again and again some hearing them, and so many of them, all of them, are not needing to be ones going on being living. They are then not at all needing this thing, needing being one going on being living. There are very many of them, certainly enough of them, certainly not too many of them. They certainly are not completely needing going on being living. Certainly they are not needing this thing if any one has been listening to them, and certainly they are, all of them, listening, and certainly then all of them have been having some listening to them, and so then not any of them are needing, are ever needing, being one going on being living. There are certainly very many of them. Any of them are ones having some listening. Any of them are ones listening. There are very many of them. They are, each one of them, different from any other one of them, and that is a very simple thing. And all of them are ones then having some listening, and all of them are ones not needing, being ones going on being living, if some have been ones listening, and certainly there have been ones listening, and certainly not any of them are really needing, being ones going on being living. Being different, each one from any other one of them, and this being a completely simple thing, being each one of them not needing, being one going on being living, if any one has been listening, and being all of them listening, and all of them being living, is something that gives any one of them, gives all of them a way of being one doing anything any one of them are doing, so that any one can be quite certain that it is a thing that is being existing, and again every one can be looking, and again can be certain that that thing is a thing completely to be existing. A thing completely to be existing, as certainly there is not any reason that it is not a thing completely existing, A thing completely existing, as certainly everyone can be certain again and again that being completely existing is a thing, that thing is certainly being completely existing as any one can be certain to be content that any such a thing is completely existing, being completely existing as each one being existing and expecting anything being completely existing is content to be finding, that is certainly being living in all of them and in everything any of them are doing and in any way any of them are living and in all the place they are all living. There are then enough of them being living and doing something and living somewhere and dying and being dead there. Certainly any of them can be expressing completely feeling anything so that they are almost doing anything. Certainly any of them are completely expressing feeling anything strongly enough to be then doing anything. Certainly all of them, certainly any of them, certainly completely some of them are expressing feeling anything strongly enough to be almost doing anything, strongly enough to be completely doing anything. They all of them, and there are quite a number of them, quite a good many of them, enough of them are expressing, can be expressing feeling everything enough to be one's doing anything, to be one's almost doing everything. All of them are ones completely expressing feeling everything. All of them are ones expressing feeling anything. All of them are ones completely expressing feeling everything, and all of them are ones completely expressing feeling anything. They could, any kind of them, be quite different from any other kind of them. They could, any kind of them, be quite like any other kind of them. They could, any kind of them, be quite different from any other kind of them. Any one could know this thing, that any kind of them could be completely different from any other kind of them. Any one did know that thing, that any kind of them could be like any other kind of them. They were ones then being quite different, some kinds, from other kinds of them. They were ones then being very different and concentrating this thing and being quite different, one kind of them, from any other kind of them. They were then some kinds of them concentrating on being that kind of them. They were then some completely concentrating on being one kind of them. Some were completely concentrating upon their being different kinds of them. Some were completely concentrating on going on having been a kind of them. Some of them had been concentrating. Some were going to be concentrating. Any of them had been one concentrating on their being, all kinds of them, one kind of them. Any of them could be concentratedly coming to this thing, that all of them could be any kind of them. All of them could be concentratedly coming to this thing, that any of them were one kind of them. Any of them could completely concentrate on any of them being all of them. Some kinds of them had been concentrating, and other kinds of them had been concentrating on being that kind of them. They are, all of them their kind of them. They are all of them different kinds from other kinds of them. They are, any of them, one kind of them. They could, any of them, be ones doing something, be ones doing anything, and they were doing it as if they were doing that thing and they were doing that thing. They are all of them doing something, and any of them are doing that thing, completely doing that thing as if they are completely doing that thing, and they are completely doing that thing. That is interesting, that they are ones doing something, that any of them are ones doing something. Any of them are ones doing something, and any of them are completely doing that thing. They are, any one of them, completely doing that thing, as if they are completely doing that thing, they are completely doing that thing. This is quite interesting. They are many of them completely different from any other one of them. They are any of them completely different from any other one of them, and this is a thing that not any one is finding interesting. It is a very simple, a very easy thing that this is in them, that any one of them is completely different from any other one of them. Any one of them can easily completely be that thing, can easily complete being completely different from any other one. Any one of them can easily complete that thing, complete being a different one from any other one. Any of them can easily do anything, and being one being completely different from any other one, any of them can easily do something. They are each one being one, and they are enough of them. They are each one of them being one, and any one can see by looking, can see that they are different from any other one of them, that it is an easy thing, this thing, that they are one, each one different from any other one of them. Any one can see that there are very different sizes among them. Some of them are taller, are very tall, and some of them are smaller, are exceedingly small. Any one can see this in them. They are, all of them, are where any one can see them. Not all of them are always where any one can see them. Certainly all among them that are men are always where any one can see them. And they, all of them, stay where they are long enough so that any one can see them a very long time. And they are, all of them, there very often, so that any one can see them again and again. They are, all of them, that is, all of them that any one can always be seeing, that is, any of them that are men, they are all of them being ones doing all their living in being one's being, where any one can see them. Any one can see all of them that any one can see. Any one can see all of them a long time and again and again and again. They are, all of them, ones that any one can be certain are ones that will not ever be doing anything. They are, all of them, ones that are ones not going to be doing anything to make any one certain that they would be afraid again if they were going on doing that thing. They are, all of them, ones not coming to be doing anything to make any one afraid to be one going to be left alone with all of them, with any of them. They are, all of them, ones quite certainly being such a one, and any of them might have been one not being such a different one, and certainly not any of them is one being a different one. All of them are ones that any one can remember are ones not doing anything to make any one afraid of them again. Any of them are ones being such a one, one that any one can remember, are ones not any one will be afraid of again. Any of them are ones completely interesting, completely pleasant in this thing. Any one of them are ones, all of them are ones being entirely interesting, completely pleasing in being this thing. Any one of them, being one, can be completely that one, and that is being completely one being any one. Each one of them is completely that one, and any one of them is completely that one. Any one is completely that thing that is being that one, is completely then being any one, is completely interesting, is completely pleasing in that thing, in being that one being any one of them. They are, all of them, then, one of them who are ones being completely pleasing, being completely interesting, and this is to them not completely exciting. It is to them stimulating. It is to others not completely stimulating. It is to others quite satisfying. It is completely satisfying to any one that some one is one completing doing anything again. It is completely satisfying to every one that there are some who are ones who are completely doing everything again. These, then, are such ones, are ones doing anything completely doing anything again, and these are then ones satisfying any one. These are not ones satisfying every one. Some are not wanting that these are ones being those who are ones doing a thing completely again. Any one is finding it satisfying that there are ones doing anything completely again. Some are not wanting that these who are doing anything completely again are the ones who are doing everything completely again. These are ones completely doing anything again. These are ones doing completely doing anything again. These were not always doing that thing completely doing everything again. These were then completely satisfying. These were then ones not doing everything completely again. These were then more than completely satisfying. They were then completely being that thing, completely being ones, certainly going on being ones completely satisfying, entirely completely satisfying anything. These were then not ones completely doing anything again. These are ones completely doing anything again. Completely doing anything again is something to satisfy any one. These are ones completely doing anything again. This is satisfying to every one. Some are not satisfied that these are doing that thing completely doing anything again. Some in doing anything are learning to do that thing. Some in doing anything are doing that thing. Some in doing anything are going on doing that thing. Some in doing anything are doing that thing again. Some in doing anything are beginning doing that thing. These being ones doing anything are ones doing that thing and are ones then not learning doing that thing, not beginning doing that thing, not going on doing that thing, not remembering doing that thing, not doing that thing again, They are ones completely fully doing that thing. They are completely fully doing that thing at any time that they are doing anything that is that thing, at any time they are doing anything. These then are ones completely fully doing something, are completely fully, always completely fully having something being done by them. These then are ones being ones having anything completely fully being done by them, are ones always having something being completely fully done by them. Some are certainly not believing this thing, not believing any such thing. Some certainly never have been believing any such thing. Some who have been who are completely knowing, certainly are not believing that all of them are ones completely doing, are ones having been ones completely doing something, anything, everything. Some are certainly not believing any such thing. Some have been ones completely loving that these are being existing. Some are ones who have been ones almost completely living in being one completely loving that these are ones who are being existing. These then, those who were almost completely living in being ones loving that these are ones being existing, come then to be ones not loving that these are ones being existing, come to be ones not regretting that these are ones being existing, but are ones being almost entirely annoyed by such a thing, by these being ones being existing, and these then are almost completely living in this thing, living and being entirely annoyed that these are being existing. Some know very well that these are being existing. Some know entirely that these have been existing. Some of both these kinds of them are completely living in that thing, in these being existing, in these having been existing. Very many know that these have been existing. Very many know that these are existing. These being existing, are ones who have been existing, are ones who are existing. These are ones who could be ones completely living in the thing that they have been existing. These are ones living in having been existing. These are ones living in being existing. These are ones completely living in having been existing, and they are then completely living in being existing. They are ones completely liking this thing, completely liking having been existing, and completely living in that thing, and are completely living in being existing and completely liking this thing. These are ones that are completely exciting in having been ones being living, are completely excited in this thing, and are completely excited. Excitement is completely in them in their being one being existing. These are ones completely existing and having been existing, and are completely existing and being existing. These then can be ones that any one can be certain are ones that are completely being having been and being, and this is something that certainly can be quite disgusting to some completely not liking that thing, can be something completely displeasing to some completely not liking that thing. These are ones liking being living. These are ones quite liking being living. These are ones quite needing being living. These are ones quite needing this thing, quite needing being living. These are ones liking being living. They are ones going on doing this thing, going on liking being living. These are ones quite liking doing this thing again and again, liking being living. They are needing this thing, needing being living. They are quite liking being living. They are liking being living. They are liking this thing, liking being living, and they are doing this thing they are being living, and they are then not doing anything to be liking the thing to be liking being living. They are all of them being living. They are doing enough of this thing so that any other one will be doing that thing, so that there will be enough of them, quite enough of them, doing this thing, being living. There are always enough of them doing this thing, being living. There are always enough of them doing this thing enough, so that there will be enough of them doing this thing, doing being living. They are liking this thing, liking being living, so that they can, any of them, be ones being this thing, being one liking being living. They are ones liking being living. They are ones being such ones. All of them being such ones, any of them are being such ones. Each of them are being such ones. Any of them are doing that thing, are liking being living. Any one is such a one and is warmly that thing, is completely warmly one being living, one liking that thing. These are ones warmly being that thing, quite warmly, entirely warmly being that thing, and certainly any other thing is a thing that can be too exciting, too wearing, too destroying. These, then, are ones warmly liking, entirely warmly liking being living, and are being living and doing enough to have it that there are enough of them, certainly enough of them, being living. These, then, are ones almost needing being ones being living. They certainly are ones completely doing anything. They certainly are ones completely bringing any teaching to any needing any teaching, to be themselves doing quite enough living, to be always going to be enough of them, to be warmly liking being living. End of Section 7. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 8 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 8. A Sweet Tale, Gypsies. Curves. Hold in the coat. Hold back ladders and a creation and nearly sudden extra coppery ages with colors and a clean voice gyp horse. Hold in that curl with a good man. Hold in cheese. Hold in cheese. Hold in cheese. A cool break, not a success, not a resound, and a little pan with a yell, oh yes, so yet change. Famous, a green colored oak, a handsome excursion, a really handsome log, a regulation to exchange oars, a regulation or more precise cold pieces, more yet in the teeth within the teeth. This is the sun in, this is the lamb of the lantern with chalk. With chalk a shadow shall be a sneeze in a tooth, in a tin tooth. A turned past, a turned little corset, a little tuck and a pink look with a pin in, a pin in. Win Lake, eat splashes, dig salt, change benches. Win Lake, eat splashes, dig salt, change benches, can in. Come a little cheese and a same tall sun with a little thing to team. Team now and a base, a wholesome gurgle, little tin soak why Sunday, supreme measure. No nice burst, sourly. Suppose a butter glass is clean, and there is a bow. Suppose it, lest the bounding ocean and a medium-sized bloat and the cunning little servant handkerchief is in between. Cuts when 10 lie on this, singling wrist, tingling, singling the pin. Lie on this, show sup the boon that nick the basting thread thinly, and night gown and pit wet kit loom down the thorough narrow. It is not cuddle and molest strange. It is not molest principle necessary argue not that in the life walk collect peace. Colored tall bills with little no pitch and dark with rubber splendid select pistons with black powdered cheese and shirts and nightgowns and ready, very ready sold glass butts. The simple real ball with the cold glass and no more seat than yesterday together with lime water. This is no sight suddenly, no supper with the heat which makes Morgan must be so. If it is and more that call life with show-cared beard, with a belt and no pen when shine see the coat, and left and last with all it was to be there, Why show could pause with such reed mice? Call it why those old sea cat with the shining not mouth hole, if it is a white call in the inch of that sort, could see that tie west with loaf, which is not the copper lasting with a bright retract lamp, call negligence utterly soothing in the coiling remaining collapse of this by which they're called which never see, and hammer by which basket all that glance zest. Cut in simple cake, relike a gentle coat, seal it blessing, and that means gracious, not gracious suddenly with spoons and flavor, but all the same active. Neglect a pink, white, neglect it for blooming on a thin piece of steady slit poplars, and really all the chance is in deriding coconuts, real coconuts, with strawberry tunes and little ice cakes, with feeding feathers and peculiar relations of nothing, which is more blessed than replies. Replies sudden, and no lard at all to show port and colors and please little pairs, that is to say, 6. It can no sail to keep pap change, and put has can we shall call bet. Show Levi cup the fanned best, same so, that if then sad soul is more not, and after shown so papered with that in instep lasting pheasant enough. Call Africa cod liver, loading a bag with news and little pipes restlessly, so that with in between chance white cases are muddy, and show a little tint, all of it. Please coat. Waylay to be set in the coat and the bust. The right hold is went whole piece cageous him. He had his sisters. Like message co-powder and sashes, like pedal sashes, and so sashes like pedal causes, and so sashes and pedal cause killed sturgeon in 6 safest 6 which pedal sashes. Peel sashes, not what then called, and in when the crest no mandarining clothes brush often. No might of it could sudden best set bore. Rest sing a mean old polycase with boats, and a little scissors nicely sore. All the blands are with a coat, and more is coach with commas. A little arrangement is manufactured by a shoal, and little salt sweats are to grow with ice, and let it seat more than shadows which have butter. Suppose a tremble, a ham, a little mouth to hold, to wheeze more, and a religion, a reign of a pea racket that makes a load register and passes best. Kindness necessarily swims in a bottom with a razor, which needs powder that makes a top be in the middle and necessarily not indicate a kind of collection, of more gilt, and mostly blue pipes which are bound with old oil and mustard, exact mustard, which means that yellow is obtained. Gracious, oh my cold under fur, under no rescued reading. Able there to ball able to call, and seat a tin whip with a collar. A least license is in the eyes which make strange the less side hole, which is nodded and leaves the bent tender. All the class is surseful. It makes medium and egg light, and not really so much. Catch white color, white sober, call white soled sacks, crimp white colored harness, crimp it with ferocious white saffron hides, hurry up, cut clothes with calm, bright, capable engines of pink and choice and press. Peas, nuts are shiny with recent stutter, which makes cram and mast, a mast ho luck. A winter sing, take thee to stay, say mountain to me, and alabaster, curious, all right. Wheel is not on a donkey, and never. a little piece of fly that makes a ling a shoulder relief to pages. Please putter sane show a pronounce, leave sold gats, less it measles. A little thin, told not which, rest stead. Appeal, laugh, hurry, merry, good in night, rest stole. Rest stole to bestow candle, electricity in surface. The best header is nearly peak. Come in to sun with holy pin, and have a petticoat to say the day. The last, oh, hi, this, that, no so. Little tree, bowled up and shut with strings, the piney and little weights, what? Cold, a packet must soak sheer land. Leave it a yield so that it nuts. Nuts are below when cap bags are nearly. Believe me, it is nice and quiet, I thank you. Pluck Howard in the collided cheese, put and not narrow. Little in the toilet tram. Seize nose when the behaved ties are narrowed to little finances and large garden chambers with soul more saddled heels and monkeys and tacks and little limber shading with real old powder and chest wides and left clothes and nearly all heights. Hats which are so wild and reactive, with moist most leaves it sell to apart. Sober eat it. A little way to seat. The two whiskers. All chime. So be eat hit. No case the lines are the twist of a lost last piece of flannel. This beam in which bought not a hill, than store, when stone in the point, way black what slate piece by all stone dust chancely. This we did shut about. A land pall with a lee in and no bell pose with counters and a strike to poison. Does a prison make a window net? Does it show plates and little coats and a dear noise? This is a cape. A real tall is a bat. The rest is nice west. The rest in, behind with a hall not. A vest, a voice vest. Be able to shave little pills in steady 3, coal pied. This is hum with him, believe hit, page hit. Is it necessary that actuality is tempered and neglect is rolled? A little piece. The blame which makes a coping out of a cellar and into a curtain and behind a front yard, is that then? Please, dust. It is so thick and thin, it is thick, thin. A spoon, thick ahead, and matches wear sacks. Stew, than. End of section 8. Section 9 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 9. The History of Belmonte. I must try to write the history of Belmonte. If Madalena comes, I'm going to be asleep. You can entertain your enemy much quicker. If a servant is your friend, there is no getting rid of her. Belmonte is a bullfighter. I have not seen him. He is sick. He had bronchitis, and now he's wounded. They put him in a specially prepared place, and they say the wound is serious. He will recover. It is said that the Queen hit the King. Not here. In Greece. So be it. This is going to be the story of Cook. Oh, yes, that will be all right. The story of Belmonte is that we know he is hurt in the leg. A Mexican is to take his place. The man at the Cafe Artistos, after much experience, likes him better and says that, though not good-looking, has better technique. The dog, he thought he wanted it at once. The curtain, they wanted it and liked to look with a telescope. First he came that way, then the same women had places. They can read. Cook does, and he says he is kind to all. He has French as a friend, and he speaks Majorcan. He understands all. He is so kind. Continually fatten. They continually fatten. She is so. She likes it. She says she is dreadfully bitten. This is the way they met. He was abroad, and he was used to English, not to speak, but to be disappointed. He was never disappointed. He spoke it. He called it. He spoke in a low tone. He said, I am sorry I have no faults. I am without fear, but I have no money. I am not afraid of that, and I am not reckless. I am very careful. I always pay back. He does. He never said, I said so. I said Mrs. Hardy was right when she said he had honest eyes. He is fond of swimming. We saw it. She could not go because it was hot. The one who was advertised was a failure. The other one, the one we had seen, had learnt how to do some things very nearly, and he did it using all his old vigor and carrying it successfully. A man of talent and plenty. He had blue eyes. He was carried away. By whom? By many men. They were really there. The other one is one is not sorry for. He is too old for yesterday, and we remember him. We remember him at the same time 2 years ago, and he was not the strongest man or even a good one. I do not understand why they speak to him. Belmonte. We have not seen him. After all, he doesn't talk French very fluently, and so perhaps it would be better if only you came to dinner. Of course, you know best. The moon. The moon rises more to the left every night, considerably more. I remember how I felt about it. We began on top and slowly came down, and this time we were down, but there was no liveliness in it. Even if there had been anything delicate, it would not have been pleasurable. That's how I felt about it. Don't listen to her. In places they go to see their husbands. They wait until he is off the boat. Then they rush. It is a sweet story. Don't come up after 10. If you want to come alone, that's all right, but don't come with Fanny after 10. I love you, Fanny. Fanny is your name, isn't it? This is the way they disturb him. Belmonte, Belmonte. They are going to have an opportunity at night. Not he, horses. They are going to do it in the way we have not seen. It is not right to wear those clothes made by a dressmaker who eats lunch. No. All men are dark and women are white. We went out and saw 6 soldiers and a woman. A little boy, Bartholomew, goes to school in the hot weather August and June, also July and August. His father is proud. He says he does not eat too much. He does not eat enough. He learns English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. Arabic is for the Arabs. He learns it so that he can speak it. He is not a son of a baker. He is the son of a hotel keeper. A small hotel. Nobody sleeps there. Capable of studying. He is capable of studying. We were not sure that she was French. We thought she spoke it. How do you know how to say we do not care about lemonade? We have not yet mentioned that on the 21st there will be an opportunity to see fighting when it is lighted by electric light. We will certainly go by this means. They say that the effect is not interesting. This is not the history of Belmonte because there are so many mounted men. We said we did not admire them here, but we have admired them. We said this instructedly. Today we were pleased to see our servant. He said that electricity does not work on Sunday. Cook works. He said he asked everyone about guano, and they said he worked better than Belmonte. If so, they are both of the school of Gallito, in the manner of Gallito, who does continually what he does a little. He is no doubt incorrect in what he had heard. He often is. He does not understand. Nevertheless, there are horses and electric light. We will see. Today we walked. We walked up and around the hill. One would speak of this as not having taken a very long time. We were full of discussion. We were frightened that evening. No, we weren't. Certainly we said we were plain. Dear things, what is it? This is not like his painting. Talk about Matilda. Grief for Belmonte. He did not hurt his foot. It was Cocharita of Bilbao who hurt his foot. He hurt it so badly that he cannot walk. Tonight it is very different. Cocharita del Bilbao. He is not an American. Torquito is. He reminds us of it. He is very successful. He is intelligent and he is strong and he has blue eyes in the distance. I saw him very near. Horses. Why are horses blind? They are in one eye. What does a lizard want to get? He wants to get Polybe. Who will train him? Who will wash him? Who is beside him? Where is he? We do not know. Cook is such a believer in parents' age. He says it all the time. He is certainly or 13 or 14 plus 17. I mean it. I think he is older. We never hear about Belmonte. When they gave a dinner the other day, Belmonte was not there. Plan this. You meant to walk up to the horse kneeling on one knee, throw your weight on the barrier, and relieve the attack. Relieve it by planting sharp stars into his shoulder. Relieve it by stroking the horn, by hurrying. This was the plan, and he did it again. He continued to assure the attack by not being quick. He was very quick. This is the way to pursue it. Follow it about and have the understanding with the uncertainty. Nothing is uncertain to him. He is a wretch. We can be angry. We were disappointed Belmonte was not there, and we had paid as if he were. I remember long dashes. Mr. Kitchener said that he was to go and he would meet him. Mr. Potter, he said, if you will go later, I will be there. Mr. Potter did not go, or he would not have met him. Mr. Kitchener did not go, neither did Mr. Potter. Belmonte had his foot hurt. He is still in the hospital. They were here to eat their dinner. They ate their dinner and they advised us to get seaweed. They said seaweed. He said seaweed contains iodine, which is very important for medicine. It is very important in medicine. Belmonte uses it for his foot. He uses it to put on his foot. Belmonte uses it on his hurt foot. It is put on his foot a great deal. They use it often. They use it on his foot whenever he is hurt. He has been hurt. Belmonte was hurt. His foot was not hurt. It was just above his foot, and there he was seriously hurt. Necessarily the secret of Belmonte. I do not wish to weep. I forget war and fear and courage and dancing. I forget standing and refusing. I believe choices. I choose Gallo. He is a cock. He moves plainly. End of section 9. Section 10 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 10. In the grass on Spain. Occident, all Spain the taste. Milled, cautious, and plaster, and with the heat her trimmed white. Seat silver, seat it next. Pour it in gold hot hoods. Be cool inside with the monkey tide, with the monkey tide. Be cool inside the mule. Be cool inside with the surrounded tide. A cast, before, behind, again, indeed many. What in the cut with any money, and so the climate is at stake. All the circular receipts are pears, and linen is the stall to peep. Likely, and more, the season's chair and little grasses with a pole, all the occasion is the wreath, and many houses are baked. Many have the same in came, and all the light is many wet, all the burst in the man, and the best to hide is only sweet. All is that and a little haste, a little pleading with a clouded pup. All is chance to be the curl that sets, and all the winding causes. All of it cucumber. Cup of lather and moan, stone grown corn and lead white, and anyway, culture is power. Culture is power. Culture! Clamoring from the little sea, clamoring within bathing, clamoring with the necessary rest for eyeglasses, clamoring beside. A little green is only seen when they mean to beholder, holder, why, coal pepper is a tissue. Come up shot, come up cousin, come up cold salmon, pearly, come up, come in, nicely, nicely seen, singing, singing with music, sudden leaves, loaves and turtles, taught turtles, teach hot and cold and little drinks. Colored huts, cold to din acres of as real birds as stole when, it is a lie. It is coming to the seal, it is coming, how is it? Language of the hold of the sea, sucking dark belt, and no gowns in pelting. This is the cane that is short and gold more. Cold, not coin in the ground, be sour and special and settled and soiled and a little reason. Come then to sort the kinks in how surrounded is a limb. Cute numbers, cute to be so bold and so sallow, and so in the cream and furled with chalk and lights and high bees and little legs, heady and little, least little cups, bellow electric shadows, real old teachers with a private cake of bean, and numbers, those numbers, do they pack? Spanish cut, that means a squeeze, and in place of water, oil, and water more. mine in the pin, and sea cuttlefish call, that it is sardine, that it is in pelts, and all the same there is paper in poles, paper and scratches and nearly places. Guess a green. The cloud is too hold. Collected necessary pastes in that shine of old boil, and much part in thread and land with the pile. The closeness of a lesson to shirt, and the reason for a pale cullass, is what is the revolution and retaliation and serpentine illustration and little eagle. A long little beagle. A long little scissor of a kind that has choice, all this makes a collation. All winter is dutiful. All the short stays are digestion. All lines are cylindrical. That means that there is leading. Any roast is not leading. Enough pale ways are scratched. Spend a height all up and only pup. Spend it with the soon, and this when more call. Cane seat in bottom choice makes a melon within then. A little return bitten with a cake, set white with ink and size, and little parlors healthy with a coat. A keen glance wet with accustomed perspiration. No need to dry, no need to current a sandpaper with white seams and long shoals, no more mail in splendor, and shape to set sights, and little steaders, and so hat shoot, shut toes with the rid of not that, no that, not that. A peach, pear, which means a pair early and looking and near there, exactly past the light hall where there is no cover to what? Suppose it is past the mouth, which is peculiar and nervous and left and argued and wild with a tree. Less a chain than a loss, and pieces of pearly paper, that means blue not all, and the best choice is moreover. Naturally lovey, naturally a period which is regulated by a perfect beam of carpet and more boats does mean something. It is enough. A handsome beam is quite like the standing of a little peak shut up, and needles all not needles, rest and zest and powder to shout, and color and ball and sweet word black. I believe you restruck my cold wet, and the dun hit it back, choose it all set. Come to why, sit in oil, save the sows, all the gone sing in a pin, save sit it, kit all. Suppose a little chance to hold a door would leave the door closed. Would that mean that the sun was in? Would it mean messages and a kite? Would it mean a sold bone and little pies? The necessary shakes makes a whittle. This is not none. A little pan, that is to please it, a little which is a point to show that coincident to a lovely boat there is nearly places. That is nobody touching. All the play's garden, little screen, not collected and spacious, not at all so old, and more places have the behold it. The best example is mustard, a little thing, a little no old shut. Lot in that which is a place surrounded by a fence. A fence is small, it is a wall is tall, it is a tunnel is not necessary to a city is celebrated. Leave piles steady, show it the moon. Not cut loud and teasing, I bleed you, not quite shadow and niece it lises. This is Mike when the land is shooken, and left peel short is most to sake, and not sublime is moist to ramming, and leave it wet is most in chance. Nest bite is way back in the clam of dear gold weights, with necessary Williams, Williams wild, Williams with lamb-laden twitches and newcasts and love boosts, and most nextily. Reason with toil, and a mark upside down and left boils, not kneeled with close cracks and Moses, a real plume, with a no less boiled colander and share. This is the sport. Leave it to shut up the right nasal, extra olfactorizing sea lights, and nearly base more shall seize to the place of the best. We wide laid the tall tack, which squeeze load the no sire, and leave more in church made than rest so to streak. Mao chases with a spoon and tub. Big clam, Mao places in a boil apiece. No gas bests. Look it to peas. Loaf it in both spats, mean a glass, mean in passes a poke and a chair and little cries and a bottle. A veil and a place seater and a peanut which makes throws so grand. Never pet a gallon because there is a trunk. A trunk has a bosom. Lead less, lead prosper poor, poor gold wax and much, much tower. Please place what? Place a colored glass. This shows 2, 3, 8, 3, 9. This is not Sunday. A trouble home. If awake means bounded numbers 80 and lately, this is 3. Show shine 5. Leave it pair. All that 7 rough state. No nuisance is in a married widow with a collection of dear ones in one room nicely. Why is black cooler? Black is cooler because spread in makes a little piece of pillow and a coal black lace. This is so best shown. Suppose it is a parcel of oats and no fat. Suppose it is a drill. Suppose even that it is a winning center. This means 5 and 5 and 5. Let a chief go. The reason why a laugh is laughed after is that a shed and a shawl and little onions and keys are after all a dog, and a curtain and a little less. Please, 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 please. The more the wet is water, the more lilies are tubes and red are rice rows. A little scene and a tall fanner and a flower, a hair flower and a shoes, boots and rubbish. All this makes raising please tease and a little likeness noises. Again, pounds. Agate in pets, love biscuits, a time. Again in leaves of potatoes and cuts within him a length, a little belly cold, speed out stuff alike shirts and goats and get-ups and laid car cases. All a bill boaster. Suppose it happened when a little shadow was a tail and a can was gathering then. Suppose a clandestine Ruth had tires and could neglect a blue spot. Suppose it was the end and 3 places were necessary. A like view would be charming weather. Cries is coming. A leg, all a leg, 2 utter, more children, no narrow, read a little. If a horse and a bat and a gathering bleed stir, and a chin and a cloth and early ear marks, and then such raiding and little lives, and a multiplied purple, all the spool, all of it cloth, and gets out, and a piece of reasonable white jacket, and a hair, a long pail, and all bone, some binding, and a little seasoned silk. grand mutter shell, real core, real oak plate. Lara, Psyche, Lara, 3 brothers and a mother, sister, and a new year, not Christmas. Christmas is off of it, really. 3 brothers and mother. Leave it fit to a string, and there is a ball, a hat, a special astrakhan, a kind of loaf, a real old 17 checkers. Come to be in, see the table and the look and the little day tomorrow. It is Thursday, Friday in a day to Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and 70 failing out sights. A sun. What is a sun? A sun is in the sitting room and in a central carry ball. A sun is not a sister diamond. It is so noted. Whispers, not whiskers, and really hair. Hair is when 2 are in and show gum. Kiss a turn, close. Suppose close is close is close. Be less, be seen, stain in burr and make pressure. This is bit. Excel a line. A line is in end purple blue. Yes, guess show packets and it. Spain is a tame name with a track so particular to shame, a track, a little release in sold outcasts, a little next to saleable old cream, able to pass, a land steam, a cold cake, a received egg check, an oleander. Lesson pay a corridor, meal passes. Necklace, strings, shoulder. Newly set tea, behold. If the soiling carries the head, if the baking measures the pint, if the rudening leans on a strand, then shutters. No need to say a little deaf way is a goat. A goat has a pin in him. Leave glasses are so cactuses. Able evergrass her. Get up, fern case, get up, seize. Noble and no next burr. Net in and be next to shown minor. Next to beat bean, next to be blender, next to between, in intender. A laugh in cat, coal hot in, a remembrance of a direct realteration with no bust here. Suppose it a glaze of curtain, a fetch in pots, a news camper, supper the next old meat oak and kneel with excellent least sands and neck stop, that is. What you call them, say butter, and let us leaves, and a special, the realteration lace, next all, inks. It was a strange name, that which, when a record of a lucine and naughty bent, made it by that nearly any excellent shade of night glasses made a pleasing and regular hair. A what syllable is we are? We in? A Spanish water and a coupe shape mine, and legs and reed ridiculous red, and little lively hue and copper, up. End of section 10. Section 11 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein, Section 11, England. Leave off more time than the hope which assures the rent of a custom. The sweetness is not only there, it is the reason left, and monkeys are not merry. If you do have the eyes blue and the hair the color, then it is easy to see the hands. All along and the day the prize is not driven, and the selecting of all the coal is that. All the while is light, and cleaning is not repetition. If you see the chance, then spring again, and if not, be extreme. Be certain that the show has that line in line, and do not, never, see the patent desert the measles. So the cloth is all right, and the carpet is English, pink, and the moon, that sweet sugar is brown. Cane, sour asparagus, and do not season with reason. Certainly the union of oxygen with ostriches is not that of the taut tracer. It is not a window that has an elastic. It is planted gutta percha. The change is not plain seeking. The hills are not dislocated, and the cluster has not the name of the intermediate beginning. To paste more attention on a bridge is not the path that is taken. All of it is planted. The blossom is peeling, the tender dew is green, the presence is in the time in between, the sacrifice is that the bell which rings has a clapper. The pleasure in the use is not so dreary but that there is an exchange. One sees a custom, one sees a date, one sees a potato, one sees a caterpillar, one sees more particulars than kissing, one sees the blame distributed, one sees more than any one. Powder and food, union and dispatch, so that there is no pale color, so that there is black, so that there is much preparation of a return to the same. If a little meadow and a tree have that use, and a morning and the west wind have that use, and the evening and the continuation have that use, then there is no use when the sing-song ends rising. Yes, there is the same. There is all of that which makes it certain that something is what is there and not misplaced. This means that to be different, there is not any place that is the same. And if the whole place is there, then it is not alarming, it is confirming. This is so shrewdly what is proven. Bailing the center of a spot and not having an embankment is not the only way to flirt. So soon, so left without a spoon, so august and so strange and taller than every other, it is not astonishing that someone is older. There is not a seed and an orange. An orange is red and yellow. A seed has only a little way to grow, and there is not any palm that grows larger. It is the same. It is astonishing. It is the same. The sweet spread of the union with intuition, and every anger is so certain that there is no bloom. There is red feeling, and the color is deeper. Blue is of some use. There is more place for weather. A pigeon is a bird, and flying it is not widening that piece that cooking makes duller, not at all. It does not taste that way. The cause and any effect, this does not make the smell stronger, this does not make what is pie. To change any sigh, then to place all of that hope, to destroy dancing and to make a lovely turn that is not the season of every day, that is not the season of Monday, that is not the season of Sunday. A pleasant taste and plenty of butter, a pleasant drink and plenty of water, tea and more fruit than in winter, bread, and more eaten than ever. This is so sad, and everyone sees that it is to be cheerful. Anyone sees cheerful weather. Everyone eats cheerful potatoes. They are large, and there is water, and there is butter. A whole city is not subdued. It is iniquitous. It is so soon to see the plant that is not buried, showing more white tail than ever. A little thing is never tender. The size is there. In the moan where there is no groan, in the noise where there is no presence, in the palm where there is the range of the seed and the light of more, in the room where there is all there, the place where there is every chair, in the hall where there is steam heat, all about there is union in the height of some. So then there is no prayer where the use is more strange than none. This does not make for cheese, and the rest are the same every day. Butter, which is everywhere, has a little table. Fish is all the time of day when the silver is away, and there is more there. All the daylight makes for meat, and the washing has that price. Every price is cheaper. All the finished way to treat everything there is to place is not the only way to shape the standing heating. All the day is every day, and exercise is made that way, and piling plates where there is grass is something that is neater. To originate a smash means more tasting than there is when there is no use in stewing more than has been put in there to stay. So comes more length and some more weight, and the bestowal of that piece is not astonishing. The lantern of blinking is not lively, and this is distracted by quick ways of winking. There is so much use. The line of the rise is afternoon sunrise. So the main is seen, and the green is green. Pleasure the rotten winter when there is a rotten summer. There are some things a place cannot show. So there is no end to a name, and there is no end of likelihood. A darling makes no noise, and a spoon makes nothing pink. Return the whole special short sentence, and then say that he will be pleased. To say that in that result is so much more particular. The cleanliness comes from washing the little pieces at the center and not making them have the sparkle in black. This is not all of a windy day. So much more that is green and not gold makes the bottom have that form. The shapes are there. They are not there when they are the same. A reason is given. It has a whole name. Soon the Susan is all past. The land is clean, and the green color is not singled with more yellow than some. This shows in the catalogue and in the hair. All the plate is glass, and cleaned with white, which are hanging. The whole is spent, and there is more than the size. All the long way to be in that length which makes no more of some cuckoo is not shown by the intermission of every reply. It is so cheerful, and the breath which is not all of a response is used some more. There is a sound that came and made the agreeable displacement of no sign. If it is to be had, there is a way to surround the time of day. The sooner sand is not the smell of heating, and this more ancient than the day does not mean all the noon. He can be pleased in the same time as a bright Sunday. He can be dancing so. He can be, and he is, somewhat. He is altogether. He and there are the patience. He and all the whole way is uplifted with that, and surely the simple thing is to neglect that and to do so. soon to have an eye, soon to have plenty of them, soon to have a nose, soon to have plenty of them, soon to have a light, soon to have plenty of them. The argument is that if there is a way, there is no need to say that separation means more use than all the cake. That is true. That is a belief. A thorough substance is one that has no particular caterpillar. A caterpillar has no color. This is no loss. There is no less, more than there is clothing. It shows that much, and anybody can say no. Anybody has a hat. A hat has no use. That does not mean that it does shine when there is a plain sight. All the heavy weight is that color, and nobody is more famous than an oaken piece of wood. Not anybody, and everyone is famous, everyone, when there is no lavender. Peace to more calm and rest to more regret than selling is not burdening buying. Still so many change. The time to say that the change is not a meadow is not to all the same, and anyway all have nothing bare. They season their chocolate, they partake tender, the rest is the finish of the street. The houses are adjusted and adjoining. The conclusion is no veil. The breeze is taller, and surely walking is something. There is any occasion. There is no pink appurtenance. So much suit, so much harbor, so much that is described in response. A land is not more seen than a beefsteak, and a beefsteak is wasted. All the roast has a sail, and all sail is varnish. The section that has the twin set of notwithstanding are all suited with linen, and more camps are made to fit than there is hair on a peninsular. The reason is so just that a question has that right, and a belief is universal, that is to say, there is no doubt of something. Draughts are not dark, nor is the sea, and livelier are the 7 months of warning. All the perils are serene, and laughing is not stranger. Piling for a witness means the boat, and all the floating places are so searched. Tighter and more of the breathing there makes any swelling so much simpler. A plain tie makes a connection on Saturday, and they are the first. They have that reason. No one can oppose visiting. There is no use in obtaining a station. Time to go away is October. That shows more winter than weather. This does not make a written reason. A bloom on a red thing means that there is a single country. An apple offered means that there is no disgrace. A single thing that has no seeds means that there is land. A same joint and no appetite means that there are no sandwiches. Like a mantle and the light and the crackling underwear, like the colors that are dark and the mixtures that are bright, like them all there is no destruction, there is no analogy, there is a dislocation, there is no disturbance. Startling and true, the same are few. The presence of many is acute. The death of more is arduous. The relation of all that is in that language. So simple a date makes no hard singing. If it is a wild cow, it is tame. The single hair shows the reason in a precise ham. It is a dinner. It is leaning. Kindling is wood, and coal is tunny. That is the blame, and a blower is funny. The time comes to state that. There is seriousness. Blame is not forecast. It is a sunrise. How soon is there more shade than light? A bang is the sound of water, a simple string ties it together. It is so struck that there is water, moisture has a sample of more. There is no sympathy. There is no educator. If the width is more, the wider is wider. The width is not a wayside, it is the block. There is the color soon. There is no shade. Shadows are a sampler. There is no sampler. The width is precious. It is wading in length. The wide angel has no wet winter. It is not drained wetter. Bursting no more and being the sample of more of it is not so much simpler than it was. It was so sudden. It was suddenly so much more safer. Then there came the same time, and there is analysis. There is the whole time, and there is no more simplification than there is. There is very much more. There is that there. There is there more than that there is. To avoid a shot means that there is no way to jump. Why should an engagement fit two? There is no cause in despair. The darkness that makes a mind show dirt is that which is practical. The union of all that is wetness. The change is underweight, and yet the practical use of length is the same as width. There is that belief. Ink is black. That is brutal if there are fish. A church is so enchanted that there is hymning. This makes the question safer. All the peals that were ruined were those that were stumbling, and if these were in the way, they were a shop. That means that selling is an obligation. A clamp is that which, when attached, has a pin. This keeps it from coming more to say less. This does not show wagering. If the time is between, then there is no certain wisdom, and yet there is no denial. Why should there be? What is the taste? It is not so painful to see hanging. Hunger is more perforated. That does not mean that there is a change in weight. No powder. Pink is not a color. Any color is an order, that is to say, if a window is not the same, everyone has that resemblance. Saving no soap and coming right in, means that there is that action. The tone of surprise is uplifting, but there is not that disgrace. There is down. That is sinking. Coming in, that is coming and rinsing. That which is used is the room. That which is used is washing. That which is used is not preventing anything resembling any soaking. So much substance, so much receipt, so many more cakes of wintry dancing. Is it astonishing? It is. There is every disturbance. Why is there weather? Why is the Thames warmer? Packing and not mentioning being adjoining does not mean eyesight. It does not mean a release from an operation. It is not destroying a button. So then the price is the same and the size is dependent on the whole piece. It shows no holes clearly. There is no use in scissors. A kind of wading is not so poisonous as wiped water. The length of a street is not disturbed by the use of slippers, not at all. Loud and not louder, and the time is stouter, and the width is wider, and the selection is thicker. No time to be tall and small, no time to prick a finger, no time to surprise a noise in the sides, and yet all that is used by there being more time there every birthday. Every birthday which is not yesterday has an occupation. An occupation is that which, when there is the time, shows the center of that which is the lamentation, and the lamenting does not destroy that use, it does not fulfill a judgment, it does more, it is relined. The same shows more when there is no date. Any reading is simple, the use is all day, a response uses words, they mean that full. The length is more than the joining. There is that re-establishment and no violence. The time is more so than peculiar. There is nothing to see. Reading is action. There is a swim in a way. All the time is an accident. There is a reason. There is that experience of detraction. There is expression. There is a blame, not intending, disturbing, unattaching, unintelligent attention to extreme intention. Payment and subjoining sin, the length of death is not between. The tooth and the age, and more than all, the salt, and more than all also, the hard bed and no petition. There is the use in pointing harder than no wind and no other. This is not white. There is no cream, any kind of color. There is the time to grow longer, and all the same, if there is no paper, it does not show in the print and pen wiper. It does not. It can see more than what than then. Henry and a doleful danger. There is a sending of a principal line of unpointed apples, and a target, a whole thing is no example, and the canescent joint is so soundless in quiet cushions. There is no more pen wiper. Anything that is everything, and everything that is anywhere, and everything that is everywhere has no special singular purpose. If purpose is intellectual, then there is a garden. If there is a garden, there is a fountain. If there is a fountain, then there is an intellectual purpose. No respect is resembling that more than the mischief. To choose more is to choose something. That choice which is admonished is not more dated than that which is remembered, and there is a fine display of zeal, there certainly is, and nothing is more orderly, nothing, and when there is washing, there is interlacing. This means so much cleaning, and cleaning which has that sign is the same as the whole time of being peculiar. Anyone is older. Anyone is a sight for a beholder. Anyone is saved a sickness, and anyone is a particular substitute for remaining undetermined and seeing a clean collar. All the same, the full service is in the height of a rich, thick, sandy, sticky silence. There is no dispute when there is harmony. All the date is in the place. There are such red ones when they are pretty. A color which shows is one that is not seen anywhere. This will happen. This does not start a subject. To be reckless and rejoined, to be sad and not forsaken, to be earnest and awake, to be sure that there is freedom, all this makes no difference at all. A sight that disturbed was not that after all there was restraint, and to look differently shows that there is a resemblance and that the nation has partaken. The nation has partaken, and there is no pleasanter reunion. To be forced to say that there is no denial. Not to be forced, but to be rejoiced. That comes from the time when there is no hesitation and much ease. Very much ease is more ease than much ease. Much ease is more ease than the ease which is not that ease. That comes to be said. That comes to be so said that there is no individual reunion between the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. A cause for disturbance rests in the fact that more time is used in a long time than in a short time. There is no criticism when the time is long. The time is so long that an answer comes promptly. This is so much the more satisfactory as the occasion for an answer is whenever there is cause for a question. The difference between this and no elaboration is extreme. No elaboration is not achieved in a question nor in an answer, and this which is so eminently satisfactory is that there is no doubt that there will be no reason for the occasion. To be faithful is to be accustomed, and the custom which is without the reservation has no circumstance to replace it. The time to state that is when there is no reason to doubt a result. There is never a reason to doubt a result if there is a promise. If there is a promise, it means that idleness is only another name for a thing. The whole place is so large that there is no dust, and so there not being that, there is every occasion for no difference to be noticeable. This makes reading so necessary. Nothing is perplexing if there is an island. The special sign of this is in dusting. It then extends itself, and as there is no destruction, it remains a principle. This which makes that reveals that, and revelation is not fortuitous, it is combined and ordered and a bargain. All this shows the condition to be erect. Suppose that there is no question. If there is no question, then certainly the absence of no particular is not designed. And then, when it is astonishing, it is not liberty. Liberty is that which gathered together is not disturbed by distribution, and not given without remark, and not disturbed by frugality and an outline. All this makes the impression that is so disturbed that there is no question. There is no use in denying what anyone hearing reading is hearing. There is no use, and doing it every day is not tantalizing. It is not a bit more tantalizing than exaggeration, not a bit, and the whole result is spoken out in the best time and place and moment. This increases daily, and all the time. What if there is meddling? Meddling is not automatic, and if it is not automatic, why should it not be obligatory? A candle light does not mean that there are candles. A candle light means arithmetic and training and ways of stating a question, and it means much more. It means that every night, if there is moonlight, there is that light, and light has so much place in a lighted place that everyone is accustomed to it. It is so wintry, and hair is blowing, and all the slippery slides have water on them. It is so summery, and wind is water, and all that is red is what is burning. The whole excitement, all the wedding shows the spring to be the place where water springs. All the horizon, all the dwelling shows that escaping is not an escapade, that is in a suggestion. So to reason, and so to eclipse, and so to redden the western sun, so to accept, and so to annoy, and so to have no piece of money, so much so is not a tangible substance. It is intangible, and therefore it is sliced. A toil that has no frozen dishwater, a trembling that has an appetite, a refusal that has a nervous extremity, an expression that has a direction of disregarding. All this shows the essential use of a minority. They show it, and they caution it. They do not outrage giving it credit. The time does not come to anyone who is pardoned. It comes, and then when there is patience, when there is use, when there is talking at a table, when there is even a slice of ham, It comes then to be announced that certainly understanding is what is not partial. It is so kind and strong and lengthy that certainly there is no disgrace. A goose girl is no goose girl when there are geese. A church is a church. A ship is a ship. Thunder is thunder. Silence which makes silence give that sense to all there is, silence which has light and water and unison and appetite and result and emotion and more exaggeration and no recklessness, silence which is there is not disturbed by expression. There is no doubt of one thing. There is no doubt that the real rate of establishing frequency is that which is used when there are numbers. What comes out of silence? What comes out of silence is that which, having that usefulness, that nature, and that fashion, is not shown to be managed by the combination. Surely silence is sustained, and the change is sudden. Supposing that there was no use for that which there is use for, supposing there was a bridge there where there is what there is, supposing all this, and suppose that the enlightenment of everybody consisted in everybody having that condition, supposing all this, this is then the answer that silence gives in answer. The silence is not preserved. The silence is the same as the characteristic which is not finished. A pound of paper and no more string. A pound of string and no more leather. No pounds of anything else. Does that make indifference? It does. It does make authority. All the calamity that shows origin and design is that which, when it is understood, is redetermined. All this is entitled readministration. There is no use in a pencil. There is no use in any direction of succeeding in experience. There is not one single objection. The wholesale cloth is not handled with a sprinkler. It is so handled that when there is no obligation, there is every inducement. It is so handled that pathways are mended. It is so handled that there is a single sound. All the same, there is no such language. It does not mean by that the letters are smaller. It does not mean that at all. The strength of purpose which joins resignation with neglect and action with reducing and interpretation with resignation, the strength of purpose which connects distribution with desertion and pink coloring with bathing, the strength of purpose which does not deny reddening, which does not authorize forbidding, which does not disturb utilizing, the strength of purpose which adjusts desertion and exercise and resolution, the strength of purpose which organizes recognition and the disturbing of a perfectly satisfactory reception, the strength of purpose that withdraws no application and registers no reaction and suggests no opening, such a strength of purpose is resolute and reliant and re-established. Such a strength of purpose has the same service as the expression of recognition. Such a strength of purpose has the borrowing of relaxation and the neglect of retardation. Such a strength of purpose is selecting articles for recollecting. Such a strength of purpose has origin and unison. Such a strength of purpose has the surface of differentiation. Such a strength of purpose has the organ of rehabilitation. Such a strength of purpose is not pasting, is not nailing, it is not swinging, it is not fighting, it is not saving, it is not utilizing the origin of sewing. All the same, the strength of purpose is something. It is there. It is worried. It is in the precise situation that nothing shows. It is displaced. It is practiced. It even has a little place to spread a certain kind of preparation. It even is the kind of thing that has celebrations and bursts and specks, and a kind of thing that has no particular name, but is useful when it is not used in the end. In every way there is adaptation, and that does not mean the same as the use of no excuse. It means something that anyone can see is opposite. It means what is coming to be realized as the intended metal to make nothing of and not be wasted. All the same, there is that idea, and if there are no more pieces, why then there is a difference. There is a kind of way of saying that. There is no doubt that anyone can join in with some member, and surely if the rest makes no matter, what is there any use to say there is no difference? There is none, and so the whole thing shows that there is no pot and no dirty winter. All the same, it does sound that way. The shed and the house and any shelter shows mud in winter. It does, and it shows in summer as well. It shows it in summer and in winter, and it shows so well that anybody says something different. Anybody shows something when something is showing, and something is showing whenever there is sauce, and there always is that to save and put around. There is always some way to be reconciled to a difference. The whole thing is just shown in there being no celebrated invalid. End of section 11.
Section 12, Geography and Place. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. Geography and Place by Gertrude Stein. Section 12, Mallorcan Stories. Romanonos, no? Maurer, si. Sun never sets. Napoleon III. Cathedral. McKinley's Eagle. Pope's Prayers for Peace. Pins and Needles Ship. Mallorcan Stories. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 13. Scenes, Actions, and Dispositions of Relations and Positions. Keep away and visit every Saturday. That is the only way to resist carrying all the attention when there is enough time. Time is not the thing any evening. Time is not the thing in the afternoon. There is not such a morning. Not a time when there is occupation, not such a time is the time that is not used, and a knock that has no intention has some hope. It is not open to stay. There is a way to go away. That is not the use of that way. There is every return. That which is not used is not a word, it is enough. That which is asked is not a conversation, it is a piece of typewriting. And so there is no choice. And yet, if there were not, would there be the exchange of everything? There is enough of that which is admitted often, and sometimes to make any difference there comes to be of returning receiving. This is not what is kindly. To keep on is to use what there is when there is enough of what is in daily use. That is not the medium that has that renewal. It was the time of day to fill all day. The steadiness of that, and that which is useful, is the thing that is individual, and a refusal to sing is one thing. To go on with a song is not wrong. To say that a use is not passed away when what is not said is not useful is one way to say that the quality that is the same has any experience. Winter in a room and living there, and many rooms and some air, and all the same breath when food is not scarce, and enough to eat if boiling is neat, all of that which does not pass away stays to place the work that has that presentation. It was not dark, and the light was not lost, as that which was finishing the condition was the same if it was wood. It had not the same description. There are ways of admiring something. There is a regular way of having that position that entering is not permission if there is no need of question. All the time that the talk is done there is a way to stay. To use anything is not the best way to have the right answer. All of the time is so placed that an awkwardness does not mean a pleasant entrance, and there is the presence of that which is not necessary, which induces a reception. There is no dreariness in success and selling a picture and arranging an exhibition. There is no dreariness in 4 galleries and 5 cities and a packer. There is no dreariness in charging a direction and using up a special expression and seeing that sustain reorganization. There is no dreariness in having some reception. There is no dreariness. The time has come when seeing a different coat reminds someone of the time of the year, and this does not make the same difference as a strong nature. This makes the particular use of some understanding and loss of hope and change of face. This does mean that the pleasant time has been near. A darker day is not darker, and the reason of that is that the impression being made, it is continued until there is that change, and the change is not coming, it has not that complexion. The whole time is occupied when there is no place where the effect of that impression is not wearing into some shape, and then, when the copy is not perfect, it is not prettier, and the thing to show is the intention, and the way to spend the whole piece is to move away and explain that in a letter. If there is a faithful action, then belief is certain if there is no change of reputation. All that is received is answered when any subject is open and there is no place to sit and talk. There is a way to say that the thing there is not in the square, and when it is in the square, if it is there, then seeing it is enough if going into it is to be put there, and there is a way to go in. The way to go out is if it is the same, is the same. The whole of that time is not used when a little thing that remains has no meaning. Any little thing has that meaning. There is another way of being a dirty fellow. If the effect of a defect is to allure and to change the base of any recognition, then it is a wonderful way that makes a vision, and that is what is if no one is the same, and the one is only that one, and is not any different. It has not any meaning that which is so plain that a screen keeps nothing clean. The air is not there. If there is no surface, then the only way to choose is by example, and there is not a way to compliment. There is a way to try any way, and to have had no resolution, and to have been received by some. To come into the relation means that if there is a response, something has been said. This is not too exact. It does not exhaust a preparation. Not lading the leaning and not exhilarating the creation and the tending of the flowering is practically all of that thing. Arranging the renewal of refusing by accepting is the only sweetness succeeding is not subduing. Succeeding is not staggering when it is not proceeding, and the best plan is the day that has less provision. The whole place is one place, and the place that is that place is the place where the hope is that which has no time. The only withdrawing of nothing that has longing is the time that it takes to say that there is joining. Arrive and wait, and say to no other that there is no deception when there is relaxation. Not to say anything is obliging. To have that position, and to meet that destination, and to show the way which is not changed as a pleasant greeting, and that reception is all there is of all reunion. It does not copy the relation, and it does have that movement. To see no harm, and to see all the charm, and to have possession, and to defend permission, if there is any way to ask it, is to despise one another if there is the same reason. What can be used if all that is held is supported by everything? What can be some change? The whole place is there to see, and to go there means that the same thing is begun. The regard is different. Leading in hearing, that is to be tired, that is what is the way to hear more, and always then there is that result, there is a change. Leading in hearing, and then that is being tired, and being then staying, and being remaining, and exchanging that for that thing. Not feeding, eating, that is eating in feeding. Eating is what eating is, and feeding is what feeding is, and eating and feeding, that is the use of that receptacle which is not empty. Nothing is empty and open, and everything is full when it is opening and closing. Closing is nothing. The open way, and the closing way. The open way is not the origin of that which is interesting. The parts of speech are not the same. They have some origin. The whole place has that which it has when it is found, and it is there where there is more room. Room has not that expression. It has no change in a place. It is not dirty, there is no cleaner passage, and the best way to have it all express that is to cook a dinner. There is enough to get a suit that is not had when there is no hope. That is the difference if there is much, and there is much more. To place one by the side of another, and they both have something that is their colour to do that, and not languish, is to look then, and see that relinquish what it will have when it remains where it is to be. This is not foolish, it is a part of all distraction. It is the intention of all dissension. It is the measure of all language. To see that a piece is used where there is no receipt is one way to express that things which are different have that resemblance, and this does not mean that there is not a denial. This means that the same room is different when the furniture is colored. To color furniture is to say that the furniture is wider, and the walls are taller, and the light is clearer. To change often is to say that the use of something is the same. To answer when there is no question. To intend to follow when there is no plunging. To embody that which has that knowledge. All that is the way to remain with the little button that has a buttonhole. This is so attached. It is not there to squeeze that which has no meaning. It is not there to squeeze. The order that has not been begun is the one that sends 10 away. The 10 stay somewhere, and the time is longer. The use of it is that there is more in any long way. The distaste for cold meat does not lead to eating. It leads to everything. This is not all of a feeling. It is enough to suggest any little thing. The way to thank is to respect the whole opening, and the way to despise one apple is to choose another. This can be done by weighing. It can also be done by looking. The way to use a quotation is to hope that it will be heard when it is spoken. That is the way to make that sound. It is not the same that which is not sad with that which is repeated. It is not the same, and the sight is so different that there is that hope and no more excitement. Then the change is there, and there is all the comparison. The rising of the wedding is not the same as one child, if there are no children, but one child has that to use, and there is enough to give it a cold. This is not seasonable. This is not the way to despair. The heat of hearing is not the silence of answering, and nothing is produced when the question is the same as the name. That is one way to answer, and there might have been more, but it was different. It was the same. The whole district was not used when a place was borrowed, and the pleasure in that union is the same as giving permission. The hope of that intention is what keeps the answer from being prepared, and if it is prepared, then it is printed. There is enough intermission. To cause a special heat and to be colder is not the way of having any custom. There is no irregularity in that. It is too plain. The time for that grief is not in the head, it is in the origin of salvation. So there has come to be no neglect, and there does not waste any order when the time, which is all day, is the same time, and if not older, then not that difference in spending. It is not all the same if nothing is spent. It is not all the same because then there are all the things there that have come to be gotten by searching and finding something. This which happens often uses the time that is not plain to see. It is not so discouraging, and the whole thing is not so full as it would be if there was not another. The resemblance is there. There is no paint when there is nothing to dirty. There is never any change in that, and the silence is not there when it is empty, and there is no intention to show more than enough. All the time there is the exact way of changing it a little, and not mixing more, and that is not the origin of industry. The origin of industry is the evening of recitation. There is some past playing of singing every past evening. This is not more than the future. A pleasing way to use a broom is to lean upon the wall and not do more than make any one who is in the one welcome. This, if it is pleasing, and working is industry. That does not change everything. Intending to remove the dirt does not destroy the variegated color. The color is not a stain. It shows what glass is when there is a reflection. This peaceable pursuit is so earnest and so steady that there is no remark made when all the time there is that description, and the way is that way, as there is what is said as the way that is that way. The door is not so open. It was not dark, and the weather was not clear, and the sunshine was not gloomy, and the color was not red. It was not dusty, and the window was not open, and the stove was not shut, and the table was set. There was no pepper, and there was some salt, and there was more chicken, and there was more sweet. There was cauliflower, and there was cake, and there was no steamer, and there was butter, and there was potato, and there was cucumber. There was no cream, and there was banana, and there was cream later, and there was orange mixture. All the potato that was eaten had been roasted, and the pigeons were kept, and the fruit was finished, and there was another platter. All the time is dark, and there is a light, and the time to think is the time to paint, and the grey blue purple is the red rose color, and the pink white cover is the fine broken china. The object of more is to stay that way, and the use of the present is to mingle that future, and the presence of all is the use of that, and the pleasure of that date is to separate in weight. The time to express is to receive that attention, and the change in tone is not the disgust. The dwindling of more is not to show that wear. The spring of the change is the loosening of that. The mingling of this is not the spurt, and the winning of the white is not the soiling of the black. The tin that presses has not a hollow sound, and the color blue is not so pure and true. The best of all is the presence of the best, and the way to stay is to sit long in that way. No way to stay is a way to go away. No way is a way. No way is way. There is enough to sound the note, and the little flute is there, where there is no air, and the blowing is strong, and the blowing is long, and the air is there where there is no air. Solemnly to stay is not a sad way. To stay away is not the glory of that day. To begin the time is not the time to dim the evening, and enough decision has no origin. This is that result. Labor and not long makes a sad song, and that is not true when the name is short and the preparation is the same. There was a particular time of day to hope more, and this was not all of the morning and the evening and the beginning of the afternoon. This was after finishing a piece of the copying that gives splendor to any situation, and this was also the time when, having stayed long enough, there was no more explanation. All the best permission lies in correspondence, and more permission is not used when there is no distance. This does not disentangle vice. This makes a season last longer, and the cold weather, which is not such very cold weather, has the happiness of expecting to rain. This does not warrant all that intention. In the time to wait and tell the truth, there is no more dispute than if there had been more time. This does show the antiquity of acknowledging that a morning is used for something. To deny that is to deny everything, and to determine that would need no hesitation. This is not what there is to think. This is more of the presence of witnesses. This which is assured would make the nervous one not so worried when the answer is not coming. A great many risks need that advice. A dash of the following is so distinct, and the time to send more is what is not hopeless. All the time, and all the date, and all the superfluous wood and porcelain show the mark, and the use, and the continuation of retention. Patience is not plenty, and waiting is not abusing the intention. Any little thing is more than a question. Any attempt is a return of a permission. To be attentive and intended and make that mistake is not more deceptive than anything. Present the detachment and have the words continue to come there, and this will not make a tune slower and destroyed. This will not at all be that. To put that question does not mean the mention of an author. To repeat the name is not the same when there is no chair. To draw it in is one way to approach the place that was not there to intrude. This does not make the objection clearer, it just makes the same tune. It was thought that, as the mountain of something which does not grow, it was once thought. It was thought that the change was not so old, and the age was older. It was thought that the same thing pressed would be put on there where there was no custom. It was thought that there would be some more age. It was intended, and there was that which was earnest. It was intended that the obligation which was not climbing would lead to the showing of anything, and it was there where there was hope that the time was. The whole thing was not the same. To open a door and turn in the direction that the one entering will bow shows so little quick movement that there is a way to advance. And so to be timely, to have that hesitation, to bring a chair up and to enter into standing does not occupy the whole evening if there is some singing. That is settled that which needs some introduction. It is not necessary to refuse it. Any evening there is more hesitation. Any thickening of the coat shows something, and there is a use of that word. It was all right. There was that hesitation. There was the time of the afternoon, and there was one evening of some which were those which were evenings. There was that, and the best way to show that is to have more than each little piece not used as a question. This can commence that. There is no perplexity. There is that abuse. There is more. There is something. There is no bit of more than was used by any writing. There can be more printing. There can be intending lending. There can be that interest. A peculiarity of the steps and the entrance is that it is not so peculiar as there are more calling out something. This would change a beginning if there had not been a setting. This which was the time to do that, and the result is different. So the whole thing means this, that if there is a continual use of it all, there can be, and there is the expression of that emotion. The pleasantest anticipation is that reaction, and more time is then spent, and the whole place is lonely. There are 4 in it. If the cleverness of that copy means that a voice is louder, then certainly there is not that connection that there is, as there is what has been lasting. This is not so dirty. Cold water is not cleaner. Pound the little timetable, and then spread it, so that reading it is not any more simple than it was. This has that charm, and every little quality has that intensity. It is not more distinguished to be whiter than to be redder, to be taller than to be shorter. The meaning has more necessity. A beaming expression does not mean that the eye is so clear that there is no fatigue. The drag that keeps that important is not spread out. This is a reason why, if that which is left to do is done, there is no admission. All the same, there could be more if the direction was necessary, and it is so full that there is always that hope and that room. Blessed are the patient particulars, manifesting that hesitation, so that when there is no hope, there is always a guide. In the languages that one used and sung, some words are longer than others, and this has so much seasoning and so strong offence, that certainly the tangle is not made by more than the 3 words that come being divided by there being no more. This does take the time. All the beginning has that intelligence, and certainly a useful time to make requests is when there are any addresses, and there are always addresses in places. This does mean that need, and that use, and that return, and that plentiful remorse. There is so much to say. A timidity that has no use in a boast is not that which tells about drawing. The continuance of that is not more than promised, it is continued. To have the land behind when there is no sea has that to do which is not settling that which is more than free. It is so natural that the opinion is there. To detail more is to ask that question, it is to refuse to answer, it is to add that to it. That is some excuse, and more would not be enough, and certainly that way is that authority. To control the time is where there is an impression. About the time when a book is borrowed is the time to return it and leave it. This makes any one having that light not need to put it where it is to be put. Adding any more to a change is to occupy what is offended, and the refusal to go together may mean that. This, when there is a song, does not make a choice depend upon meaning. That rising and falling which singing is doing means that drawing a chair closer can be repeated. This would be more than that interruption. There is no place for that time. To sweeten a lucky star means that a sad way to sweep together the leavings is the one way to continue favor. And that which is most active is more active as industry has that meaning. It has that meaning. The surplus weight is inside, and when it is put into the pockets it is not heavier. This gives some feeling of not lingering. The authority that makes that lonesome is not the same as disgust. It is always different sometime. This makes an attempt more tedious than it would be if the change were coming, and the presence of that is some little quality. There can be agreement, and the spectacle is the same. Then this which is not too much is often, and so there comes to be that time, and certainly that which was spent was not wasted, as waste has not that meaning. So there is no empty place. All the time the chairs are there, and there are enough tables. Wood has not that meaning. This is not a slice, and all the juice that is dry is not so dry, when the hair and all is fair. This does not make a greeting any less pleasing, and certainly that which is done is not so discouraging. There is no hope to use. Paint the little piece of wood more, and there is no way to know that which is sore. This does not mean more rarity than an exception. This does not displace waiting for a wedding. To ponder and not plaster any section is so long to stay in the house where the meals are given, if there is food provision, that enough of it means something. It does not mean a colour in a symptom. That is not the only way to hope. See Thomas bring the grain. See the grain have the colour that grain has, when grain is growing in any winter which is any summer. See Thomas bring the rain, and see that the thunder is not the thunder that any rain, raining longer, is having thunder, when having thunder. See Thomas bring what Thomas is bringing, and the load is not lighter as Thomas turns the shadow darker. Thomas has no spring of water, Thomas has the colour brighter. Thomas is the time to stay. Thomas hears what any source can supply. Thomas not darkly, not lightly. Thomas does the chamber over. The ruling of the pencil and the farm, the ruling of a shadow and the grain, the ruling of the woman who gave away what was not there to stay, any ruling is the same, and the line is there and has that prospect. So closely was it passed that there was not more space than there was, and so sweet are the pleasures of the rest that a quarrel with a cousin has the same result. Pass it on to the bottle. Houses in the corner have shutters. A little tree is not lonesome because the leaves are not bright. The presence of the necessary question does not mean that a kiss is to be given. The sweetening of chicken is not all that is remembered when the form was such that buttons were plentiful and the surroundings were there. That was not any way to say that the change was the same. All the long expression that means a longer state of natural example is not so pardonable as everything that is in some instant. The back and the waist and the presence of not any splinter, the sundown and the kitchen and a table with a window and a napkin ring in winter, all the presence of the most, all the longing of that summer, a pleasure and a sign, and there is no chance to refuse any chair. To the rug that has that hole and that colour, to the wood that has that colour and that white, to the table that has that carpet and that erection, to the bed that has that shade and that carving, to the lantern that has that light and that cover, to the shapes that have that decoration and that derivation, to the floor that has that surface and that meaning, to that light that has that look and that garden, to that wall that has that line and that concentration, to the best that has that choice and that colour to all, and there is something sounding, to that, and there is no witness signing, to more, and the explanation is not a mistake, to less, and the time is when there is that to pass, to all the length, and there is more of that then, there is not any refusal to resist a smell. This is not the compliance of the teeth, and there is no more force than that out loud. A plain paper is often used. Pasting nothing in a little book is the way to use the paper, and nothing is then lost, and that is such a collection. The season that weather is colder is that when there has been that change. If all that is full has that liquor, then the time to drink is in the beginning, and the beginning has the complete return of the use of handling. That is the kindness of September and October. All the months that are the same have this in common. To desert the red beard and to have no change of colour means that the beard is all the same age. There can be more shaving than illumination. This does not change every red colour. If the shape is the same and the use of the evening is not much, then a dress has that meaning, and closing it is not music. Something is not quiet then. All right where the well is shining and the waves are never higher than the water, cover the slipping ocean and do not mingle more smell. See the remaining accentuation and explain more and not more so. See the rattle that was not eaten, and use a pen wiper soon, too. The patent that was taken did mean more than all the work that was spent every day in the morning. No grief means time, and no change means divorce, and no pleasure means all eaten, and no birthday has meaning. This which has a pain in that nose means the left when the right is mentioned. All is not darkness when the lights which are out are burning. The tall cat has so much particular face that the garment is not more beautiful than a great number. Pain and particular pleasing pleasure, and more than particular plain explaining weather, all this is more than told, and a past violin is not remaining. And yet the last little Monday is not every Sunday, and the whole cheese is not frightened, and the question is not all considered, and more aid engagements were not special. All this, and no more, is so much more, and the language and all the kernel was the time that solitude changed in going to another dinner. Lunch was often. To be the article of the wound and to have no purser is not any more of a delight than is mutton. This was so fully eaten that every day there was cooking. Not that startling sagebrush, not that mortal melodrama, not any fluent symptom, not more simple feather sofa, not more cloud than most of the members of the breathing place, not a joiner and not a retroactive syndicate, none of all the powder was more blue than a yellow plant. This was not that memento, this was not that parallel syncope, this was the half curve of the splinter, this was not every mounting, this was the perfect parliament, this was no dope. Show the place where the reproduction has that ease and drowning has a figure. The lovely lane is not in sight where the hair is yellow. If the change comes sooner and there is no stroke, then the time of day has that to recommend it quite. So then the platform which is not raised is occupied, and that means that if there is a meeting, a delay is offered, and surely the use of that is not long when there is no question. If there is a little quality, and any quality is that, then the whole hope is so arranged that a cloth has that short length, and so there is no excuse. There is every mistake, there is every position. An earnest protection has some meaning, and the same thing has the charge of the place of no exchange, and still it does happen. It has happened, and there is more of that. There is no such expression. A tomb and the time is not Christmas, the time and the way is not a carpet cover, the leather and it is not water, and the window and it is not a silk mixture. The bright season and there is a composition. All the moon has not pain in a conglomeration. There is none. There is no preceding catastrophe. There is no period and there is no preparation. There is not much when all is not the same, and the change has not been indicated. Why is a sour pear tree in a blossom bee? Because it is so pleasant to remain in the summer detachment. That is not the excuse for the box and the opening. That is not the way to refuse that gesture. So then the union has a widow, and the mother has a father and littler, and there is no length much longer. Jumping is not anything if a little way is behind the elbow and the knee. This is the season of rejoicing and the moment to have a denial of advice. If it is a pity, it is not the same pity as more toast. It can be so warm that there is sunshine, and it cannot be what is helped by appetite. Telling the last time that a green and mixed repeater was not lost, and bought for more did not pass, as it was not told. So the beginning was made, and there was some use. They would not leave the thoughts together. This did not make enough separation. There was still more to behold, and the time that was so frequent was any afternoon. This came to silence any day, and the single attention was such that any candy was the same as eaten. This was not the whole school. There was more copying of drawing. So the tune and the light was not the light of any moon. The rain was the same, and the stairs were cleaner. There was an exchange, and this did not borrow trouble. Settle, and there will be dinner ready. Settle, and return the cake today. Serve the chicken, and have cream all ready. Season everything, and pour the oil away. Have the salad and the cheese between. See the cream, and love the candy there. Pass the day, and eat the rest away. Stay away, and do not shed the tear. If a duty is so done that there is a chance, let no one who passes any way engage a room. Let them do so. Show them that direction. Have the language, and do not distribute more than all of that selection. This makes knowledge all increasing, and makes the return of patient splendor show the shadow that there is in that intention. This is not a dream. This has the same thing as the pleasant conversation and request. A song is not more than necessary. If the message is sent and received, and if the tunes have words, then certainly there will be soon the centerpiece which has not been removed. Every little flower has a number. There is that way to question. A regret with more comes when the tickets which are not serious were written and the same time was stated. Then there comes to be not a surprise, but a result. There is no more than any inquiry. A walk is not where the door shows a light. A walk is where there is a request to describe a description. A walk is when a place is not to be exchanged. There is a respect in every walk. There is a result in every walk, and the turn is there. The foot and the boot have that union that there can be slippers. Talking of the return of that shows that there will not be an opening. There is no reason to exchange the joke. No mending, no mining, no motto, no mine, no pin, no purchase, no salad, no oyster, no practice, no more, no thought, no happy day, and the best is there, and there is everywhere. Say it all in the morning, put it off in the day, have it come in the evening, use the tune every day. Say it and please the organ, laugh and remain the same. Coughing goes by favour, and coming has a day to stay any way, some way, that way. Full end the tune, a shaking of the ends is not paling in the more, and then if there is no exercise there must be that, and anyhow, why should there be an implacable substitute? There is no exaggeration. All and one, and any place to make a gold colour show on paper. That is not the evening, that is what is heard. Any pleasure is the one, and every evening is no matter. All this does not make that way more than again. There is no patient perfume. This is not the sign of release. Blame no more than the mouth, and this makes that regulation. There is that use, and there is no way, and there must be that, and there shall be a disposition. That is the sign. Any language cannot be foreign. Lumber is not brick, and brick is redder. The path of a rug is that which is not returned. Enough has been put that way. Pile on more potatoes than cornmeal, and more sausage than chicken, and a little more tender oil than egg, and all the eggs are fresh. So fresh and fair is no behaviour when the whole thing has disappeared. A taste and a branch and a sucking of the day, and the calm and the man and the noise so wettingly. This which sees that which mourns that which colours any moon, all the paste is so straight, and a scissors has a pleasing line to measure, and there is no hidden treasure. See that painful delivery of a portion of more that has squares. See it, and emphasize more than any afternoon. Emphasize a special rate. Please all trembling when there is a time to rise. Please it all and do nothing nicely. So serene, so much a moon, so white and always plain. A sensation is not altered by more being mentioned. A time to stay is when there is the feeling in it, and it has been done. Why should no hope be more? Why should it? It does show faces, and if there are, their one is smaller. There is no reason why a beard should be there. It is mostly in sight, and blindness is satisfying. There is no blindness where the talk is cheap. Laugh the basket into a little glass, and all the point is painted. So soon is the jewel, and so dirty the splinter, that any march is a distinction. There is that way. If, and there is no accusing, if the sight means that surely the illumination is incandescent, then surely something is expected of the direction which is opposite. There is that union, and the face is there. So soon does a cork mean closing, and the belt open. This is no time to stay. A time for splashing is not ever with a brick colour. No shaking is too great for a head. This does not mean coming after. It means that is never over. It means more, and it has no splinter. It does not mean samples. A pale rose is a smell that has no fountain, that has upside down the same distinction. Elegance is not coloured, the pain is there. It is so clearly pleased, that which is benumbed and articulate, and if in replying there is the indication of a sentence, then surely the whole thing is hurled. The house has that patience. The story is in the evening. A single recital makes a hat. More makes no more cloth than pleating. All the same there is silence, there is uneasiness, there is an appetite. All the same there is silence. There is the tune. There is the birthday. All the same any Christmas is nearer. All the same more talk is solemn. All the same there is a special way. All the same there is left a pint. All the same the fruit is quince. All there is that shape. The return is extinguished. A lifelong dismissal means an admission to each one. This passes more places and not any more faces. This does show the joint when there is chicken. The salad has cheese and there is no more added table. It is so large that there is a window seat. So much persistence, so much elbow place, so much single authority and able china, so much more and a cold bigger, that means that there is thieves. Staining anything is not underwear. So soon there is more motion. Plead the use of a magazine and send more card paper. This is so tiring, and reading a letter is the same as writing an answer. Something was handed to someone. A dark tunnel has no open shelter, and to be dark is to be left lighter. This does not mean that there was a shadow. It does not mean that a shadow has a painting or a passage. It simply means that it is unique and that there is an explanation. Keep a pint which is not fuller. Keep it and throw away everything. A little gain means that wood is not burning. A little gain means that there is no answer. A little gain is a little gain. To see a sample of cheese means that the authority which mingles excellence with scratching is such that a new beginning has no swelling. All the tunes are played and the voice is louder. There is no repair. Plunder and an appetite, seasoning and sensitive singing, all this makes that come back. There is a solemn winter. There is that. To fit a car to the same stand as the pressing of every button means that there is a decision. So much unity does show friendship. A tangle is no less. There are no narratives. A plain pet does know how to draw. Drawing is a sin. There is no picture. There is a comparison. All round is the collection. There are parts anyway. No part and no more, no part and never. Nicely, and the shape and all that section that is the time to use a weeding. A precise desolation is so distracted. All the curtain of river is running to be green and yellow. All the lifting is by sitting. All the time is on the bricks. There is no seat there. There is no church there. There is no church. There is nowhere there. There is no crying. There is no next butter. There is. There is more shape to leave lower. A lame stool is one that has 3 lengths and a suspender. There is a collar. There is no disorder. If the precious sand is rich and there is union, then there is something. If the precious sand is poor, then there is poverty. If there is more, then there is anywhere. What is choosing? It is the predicate when there is illness. There is no sickness, there is a package. Are the eyes finer? They are there yesterday. They enter the weather. Lightening has no meaning. Gleaning has choosing descending. Bread has origin. A taste is spreading. There was once a maid ready lifter. There was once a birthday. There was a saleable afternoon. There was no deceiver. There was none. A little thing to send in and have a pain from singing. A little thing and no person who is willing is signalling. No person needs a shoe. Everyone says what they do. This does not mean that hopping is swinging. It does that in the meantime. It does that there heartily. Heartiness is the same principle. It is no challenge. It is not more a church. It is not most a circle. It is not a vestibule. It is a single place of growing grass. Grass is not deserving. It has all that to show. It shows a marked meadow. It is not by the baker. Fishing is sudden. There is a decision. All yesterday is past. A page of no addresses does not mean a mistake. It means that there are places where the whole family is glad to eat together. This is not a sign of anger. It is the necessary sunshine of the country, and to be pleasant is so close that there is no change. The last time that there was an address there was no change. If the ones turned away, they ate in a little place and ate there. If they did not show that they were enjoying it, they did please that most, and they collected that there, and it was a hope, and a silent time was not present. There was no explanation. There was the hope of the remains being recently for that, and best taken nearer, and not passed into the same time. This did make the change stationary, and really any authority is in the language, and singing is not a victim. There is no joke. The time is the same, and the place is not let. There is a little square centre and no centre. There is a simple dessert. Any cheese is darker, any fish is lighter. The same thing is the place unset. The same time is tomorrow. There is no date to marry if marrying is replaced by having been done. There is no doubt of the mention of that, and there is a taste of the meaning which is not a waste. There was an exchange in decision. All the way is plenty if there is the time to choose a pope. There is no choice there then. There is no sense in a waiter. If the time has that note, then certainly the choice of a seat means that two are not taken. The time is given, and the invitation is not pink when there is water. The little bunch is not known, and more is mentioned. All of it. A dark net is not a veil, and a veil is not long. It is not longer than following repetition. Granted that there is an hour that is half after 6. Granted that does that mean that there is any use in being willing to have no other meeting, and yet it must mean something, and almost anything is that, and it is very likely. It is most likely that there is the time and the place. It is most likely, not often. It is most likely that there is a longer daylight. It is most likely. Ham and celery and chicken, a roast is frying, the ham, if it is thickening, is squeezing roast beef into a mayonnaise dressing. There is oil, there is cake, there is chicken. No absence is fonder. All right to discuss that matter, all right, and the nature is fonder when there is no choice of kissing. It is fonder, and Saturday evening is mingling borrowing someone, not borrowing someone, that is to say, there is an offering. All like a thing, all like winking, all like thinking, all like sinking, all like that, all like a thing, all like massaging, all like thinking, all like that, all like a vision, all like that, all like distinguishing, all like that thing, all like that, all like thinking. No old jerks, no old news, all is wet and there is no time in a day. Every day is not a way, the morning is sooner. If the morning is sooner, then the habit is spread. It is spread and there is a whole row. Every row has an earthquake. Every ring has a colour. Every piece there is as different as it is when there is a comparison by putting them all together. To be so particular shows that there is a difference in copying, and copying is copying a picture, and copying is copying a piece of sugar, and copying is copying china. All copying is so arranged that there is no trembling when joy is filling. All the time that sadness has is the time that sadness is. All the temper is in place. Darkness is not looking like this. No sorrow is loaned for the succession of friendly business intervention. A research means more. There is a cause in extreme recognition. No place is taken. Time for bells is ringing, and breaking nothing is disturbing urging. There is a peace. A room, a paper, a fig, a chase, a poison cup, a trace of a hat, all this together is no disappearance. The joy prevails, and the season is Sunday. The end is beyond that. If there is no question, and an answer is not a toilet, if there is no question, is there any strangeness in a garden? Certainly not. The danger is not any colour. It has the bloom and the sign of an early summer. There is no necessity to deface anything. An escape is not needed. There is one question. In not asking a question, the permission which is continued is so courteous that there is no moonlight. The time does keep the rain from startling more than a diary. This shows that there is no question, and an answer is no meeting. The point then consists in there coming to be so much recent relief that the advance is simultaneous, and surely if the same step is there, there is no treachery. The interchange is worshipped with a boat. There is no time in the use of money. A little means more of that same multiplication, and in any case there came that time. There is no worry, and this does not mean that there is that absence. It does not even mean more. It does mean that a change is enveloping. It does not mean that it exists. A tune is splendour, and a turn is that which a mark on the floor does not chasten. So much sun is not a sunbeam, so much clarity is not stifling. Surely the representation of an uncherished filling is not more odious than mankind. The thought which determines a flight is the firmness of the plant that is not boiling. All the time which is of use is that which, when the change has the same resemblance as some origin, shows no mixture of more capping. The necessity is not ungainly, and gaining, that is what is the obstacle in staging. It is no place when the basket is there, and baskets have no pink ribbon, they have glass. A piece of the same is cheaper. All the same, there is an exceptional use of the point of a resprinkler. It does not mean the same as the future. There is that quality. A pink, and that is a flower and smelling. A pink, and the name is different, and has some when there is intonation. A pink, and the rumour has not spread, it is ordinary. If so, and the opposition is astonishing, then surely there is that destruction, and no suspicion is more. There is a report. All the same, there is more nervousness than retraction, and more inside than outside, and in any case a name is there. Two of them are the same. Was the explosion that authority? Did it succeed more than yesterday? Was there tomorrow before? These are not questions asking, they are not existing missing, they are so applied that there is no joke, there is no pleasure. All the same, the standard is there, and the separation has a position, it has no repudiation, it has no hurrying centralization, it has nothing there. If to be there is mentioned, then the whole response is the occasion. It is, and there is more. There is no answer. There is turning. Turning is not a victim. It has no protection. It has no authority. It has a receipt. Time to state and to circle the whole thing to be an island and not water. This is the season of fishing, and in and by circling there is no surface. There is all there is, and the time to reign is not the time to station swimming. This is no disgrace. All the same, there is a splendid piece of special soft sour and silk lining. There is, and there is a mistake. An object is not more used than a mixture, and surely if the time was chosen it was not there beside the swift selling mother of coloured clothing, and yet there is no sale, and there is a reason. There is the reason that anything is the sign of a use, and using nothing is not a pointed selection. It is more than that. It is collecting. This does not mean that antiquity is more antiquity. It means that the origin of eating is eating, and the renewal of the wading is not swimming. It does not mean that. It means that the time and place and more is so satisfied that there is no place, and any place is no vacation. And yet that is not so narrow and actual, not at all. If it were, and it is, if it were, then certainly they would celebrate the result. They do not, that is to say, one does if there is nothing, the other does if there is nothing. There is that establishment when there is no land, and any land that shows the line is that and is one. Any extra way is the way of speaking. There is no use in no more. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 14. The king, or something. The public is invited to dance. Letting me see. Come together when you can. Have it higher. You mean that lake? What was that funny thing you said? I am learning to say a break. I am learning to say a clutch. I am learning to say it in French. A house or lions. A young lion looks like a dog. We laugh. I am not satisfied. You have to feel what you write. Page 2. I hear a noise. Page 3. Did I say I was a mechanic and a chauffeur? But not of the working classes, not of the class of the working classes? I saw a funeral all along the street. This is not inauguration. It was Sunday. Cook said he was sorry. He drove us there. Page 4. Letting me see. Nellie has a gift. Page 5. Do you mind whose presents? We didn't bring them up. Page 6. By hand. Page 7. Nellie. Page 8. Now then, yesterday. Now then, for today. Nellie is poor. That is to say, she is not spending more money. Josephine and Genevieve. A cup. I am so happy in counting gifts. Yes, and in mixing ceramics. You don't mean to make them. Oh, no, to give them. Oh, yes. Page 9. Were you pleased with this? Are you fond of blue flowers? Yes, if you pick them. We will pick them together. Page 10. Not after you learn to drive. Page 11. Not that today. Page 12. Next to come to me. I speak splendidly. Say it to come Egyptian, I mean Bohemian. Birds are not very tired. Boys are being prepared. Laugh and see. Don't try it again. I wish there was a market for chairs. Do you mean that by that? Page 13. I will not say yes. Page 14. Two cooks, any two cooks together. Dismiss all the servants. She did. Page 15. We didn't. Allow me to differ. Page 16. Did you say it did? Page 18. Very likely I missed it. Page 19. Turn. Page 20. You must never hurry yourself. No, indeed. Now I understand. Page 21. Think a minute there. Page 22. Wait a minute. When will you remember about me? Tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow? Yes. Page 23. A splendid instance of good treatment. Page 24. There was a little apple eat by a little baby that is wet, wet from kisses. There was a good big cow came out of a little baby which is called stout, stout with kisses. There will be a good cow come out of a little baby, I don't doubt. Neither does she, covered with kisses. She is Mrs. That's it. Page 25. 70 figs. Apples are scarce. Melons have not a good flavor. Chickens are very good. Page 26. A little inclination to the Hotel Alcazar. A little inclination, did you say? I am taking lessons for it. Indeed you are. Convocation. Page 27. Did you want me to mention churches? If you please. Page 28. Surrounding cities, selfish cats and birds. Birds are flying. So are automobiles. Listen to me when I speak. Because I speak. I dislike even raspberry vinegar. We used to have it in California. Page 29. Lizzie says yes. She had a child. Page 30. Are you wretched? Page 31. I change the place. Not at all. I will sit. This is the place for me. You are not insulted by anyone. Every one says, oh yes, and I am very well pleased. Page 32. Yes, oh yes. Page 33. Any place to stay. Today I know what I bought. Page 34. Conduct Mr. Lewis. I say, conduct Mr. Lewis. Flat panes. Page 35. Neat kings, afternoon watches, clouds in summer, rain, boxing flowers. I do not mean white flowers. Page 36. Credit me with wishes. I do. I will. Page 37. Why doesn't he begin? Page 38. Lots of pages. Page 39. Night today. Tonight today. I can sit sinking, have a reproach. Page 40. Why do you mean to attack? Page 41. The cow. Yes, Caesar's. The cow. Oh, you blessed, blessed, blessed planner and dispenser and joy. My joy. The cow. Page 42. Such a successful morning afternoon. Page 43. Just like the princes. Page 44. Pages of eating. Page 45. Pages of heating. Page 46. Not a word of warning to them. Page 47. I make feeble crackers, strong in birth, willful in argument, planned to take me. Soldier wishes, we wish an automobile. We have stalls, stables, in weather stains. Do you mean it? All of us mean it. Call us horses. We are afraid of horses. Page 48. Sing to me resolutely. Mr. Lewis says not. Joseph. Page 49. I have infinite patience. Page 50. Count in places. Why do you need prerequisites? Because furniture is heavy. It is heavy here, and light in the hurry of needing water. Why do you satisfy her? I satisfy her with holes. We are wicked on slates. You mean roofs. Roofs and nations. Page 51. Can you praise me? Can you praise me? Page 52. Nominal general. Page 53. This is a shore. Page 54. Great civil destinies. Page 55. Come to me, Louisa, in a limousine. We were walking and talking. Page 56. Lift brown eggs to me. Page 57. Have you splendid pearls? Have we splendid pearls? Page 58. I always think it is the best, this and the name. Page 59. Call me for the chance. Does the moonlight trouble you? It troubles me here. Page 60. This is the way to point. That is the way. Page 61. Not a Greek god. How do you say that? Page 62. I have a name. She has the same expression. She looks like a soldier. And we too are dull. Page 68. I can just see them processioning. I will not write a play. Thank you kindly for your kind wishes. Page 64. Let me see the sloop. We used to use that word before, in the evening, and they met with attention. Page 65. I read about a star. I heard a star. I saw a star. I hear a star. I see it. Do you? Where? There. Don't you see? It's an airplane. Oh, yes, I heard it before. So did I. I do not care to bother. We do. That is quite natural. Come again? Page 66. Scratching her head. Marcel. Oh, Marcel. Spots. Cleaner. Nuns. Wishes. Does she neglect the subject? I like what I feel. Follett. Here. Miss Betha. What is the name of that girl? I wish I had such a child. Page 67. Can I speak to you for his sister? This is what I like to think. Yes, of course. Page 68. You do not understand our grievances. We do not understand their subjects. They are not annoyed by each other. We have flights in aeroplanes at Butte. Spell it with a T. Did you hear me wishing? I wish to go away. Expect Muriel. We expect Muriel. Mrs. Tudor expects Muriel. We have no such wishes. We wish to hear that she has another name, Ethel or Muriel. Page 69. Some people are heated with linen. Page 70. Can you pronounce it? Page 71. Can you see why I am inspired? I can recognize the cause of inspiration. So can a great many people. This is laughable. Come pleasantly and sing to me. Page 72. Counts and counting. War, liberty, and success. The window says then, and there is a refusal. Let this be a lesson to millionaires. Page 73. Ernest says that they will not give money. They are not charitable. Page 74. Come connect us. Page 75. Lead him to me. Page 76. Come to me easily. Come to me there and tell me about speeches. Speeches and my cousin. He will not send the van. Yes, he will send the van. And when he can send it. Page 77. When she comes, does she leave her kitchen dirty? When she comes, does she wash the silver? When she comes, do they all say, how do you do? This seems very little after it all. Page 78. When she comes, say yes. When she comes, say she is. Page 79. When she comes, say he is. Page 80. I do not like stories mixed in a story. This is an instance, the colored regiment. Yes, I see. Of course you can be angry about it. Page 81. A splendid attraction and a visitor. Was she sorry? Page 82. How much did Harriet pay for her suits? Page 83. Can you think about me? Page 84. Do you think about the Chinese? Page 85. Can you eat? Page 86. Do you eat? Page 87. Leave them alone. Page 88. Can you mean to be sleepy? Page 89. Can you not neglect to answer? Yes, I can. Page 90. An educated mark. Educated leisurely. You cannot despise him. Can you despise him? Page 91. I want to be simple and think. Page 92. You are very ready to do it. No, I don't think so. Page 93. Can you be wise? Can you be very welcome? Can you be very welcome in mentioning a winter? Believe in a winter. Yes, we do. Page 94. Can you establish stations? I can establish stations here. Page 95. Can you give advice? Can you give advice to him? Page 96. Can you give advice to her? Page 97. What does the nigger say today? Finis. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 15. Publishers: The Portrait Gallery and the Manuscripts at the British Museum. The answer in the house is that talking is not the same thing as lamb. So that was the way it came to be, and the second answer came before the first. All the part was distributed, and the selection of more was not made before the sight was so particular that any letter had a signature. This which is even is not the whole page. There is more that is even, very much more, and any size is larger. To beam is not to seem to have an eye that is there and a hair that is colored. To beam is not so disturbed that any afternoon is not sooner than the next morning. This was so useful, and the excuse was not placed in between the hotels. It was not placed anywhere. This is the date of some days in every week, and the morning is before noon. So simply and so strangely, so much the more advanced, so much the more interior, and so much more coughing than learning. So very much more. And yet there is no disappointment, not any disappointment. The cute way that a certain place is open on Sunday and not on Tuesday does not mean that an invitation will not be coming. Not at all. There is more chair than standing exhausts. So then the whole spring is earlier than February. This was so much the tale of the previous setting of the sun, and the moon and some of the stars. Electric lighting is so usual, and more weddings are celebrated in the place of Thanksgiving. A target and a round face, a beard that is not whiter, the center of it all is that resemblance, and surely there is that to pass away and have the same decision. Surely there is that resemblance, and surely the one standing alone have that copy. Surely there is the safe persuasion. Surely there is danger. So to move and to faint and to separate the lists together, so to lengthen and to shorten and to curve the same direction, so to measure every daughter and to lessen every sister, and to manage every mother, and to sever every brother, and to undertake a father, and to beam upon a lover, so to sing, and so to talk, and so to change the line together. All of this and any show is the way to season nature, and to have it all together means the same in every letter. This which is not so strange is the more used, and in their kindly being a face there is more resemblance than if it were written, and then comes the time to look, and there it is, there is the writing. So astonishing is it not, when there has been preservation. The noise which comes has not any decisive obligation, and yet the whole date is just the same. So sweet are the singular pleasures of recognition. The strength of the place does not mean more than all. Some have no distaste. Link the hat and the coat and the collar, have the hair and the eyes and the color, see the time and the tea and all together, and do not be singular enough, and so there is that to view, and the single planter has the rest as history. He did not tell it in giving it more room than cloth. So early is it not. Saddle the simple sore without a touch of lame despair, and do not touch the hair, because there is the use of all that pause. So sweetly is it true that neatness does not mean the curls are true, and yet there is absolutely none, absolutely no powder. So the place is not used for the tea, and the last water is not more boiling than is touchy. Frown nowhere, and do not change that space. That is the way to use the time to purchase mining pictures. The little darkness and no large lamp, all the light being together, does not make everything strange. Please the daylight, show the ruins that there is water, do not disturb the lamp, make more noise than resting, and more that is changed, and an agreement shows the pink not to be redder. All that partial resemblance to a disagreement and a reunion is not more questioned than no answer. Not any more choice is so determined, and yet why is the season so ingrained in the early morning when noon is no later? There is always a return of any answer. Peace in the morning and a show of any evening, a reflection in the pleasant state of nature, this does make so much debt that there is no name anywhere. So pleasing is disaster, so ancient is being old enough in the matter. Bestow a curve in the collapse, and there is no withdrawal, and that which is secure has some way of preserving any walking. All the time has a finished undertrimming, and so there has the approach to a lingering printing. To place an eye, to set the corner, to make a blessing, and to search a mansion, to persuade the noon and to establish harmony, the cause, that is the mention, is not more pained than anything. So then there is a memory, there is a stone home, there is no weakness. Clearly and a gem, singly and all four, the stem, the stone, the happy way, the single blessing of the longing soon, the patent habit of the leaving of the room. All this and no white light is not more dim than every candle, and many of them make the illumination gentler. They dwindle enlarge, they season the sun, they blossom the churn, they bestow in a plant. This was no sprain, this was the regal pin. A broom in a window, both of them uttered are so plain that there is more space and very much more hurry, and yet there is a change of address, this is written. So clannily there will not be when the envelope is larger. The same union is stronger. An afternoon is weaker. That was the time, and then in the evening there is dinner, and later, any time later, there is more than one corner, there is a fire, there is that, there is no pleasant place in more fire. Then came that which pushed away a piano. Then came that, and there was a whole collection. The question was not detained. There was that to do, and arranging is done by separation. This is yellow, and brown is a color. Peace is rested when it is occupied. If the three are one, they do not have voices. That means no more than that all of them are four. More is not regulated, and yet there is an introduction, there are degrees, there is past pressing, there is the change of a pudding. All is not any meddling of a mess, and the keen lump is not shadowed by any sun. Plant the union of a question later, all the time has that change, the pink length and the satin fixture. This does not make any question uncertain. A question if there is no answer is a question where there is no answer. To place more is always a way. Put the partial pleasure in place, and do not see more than the town. If the town escapes and sees a building, it will be satisfied. It is. When the speed is there and there is pink color, there is a pale pink, there is a color. All the 2 baskets and the little apples and any that are the same size and measure have so much hidden that is not paper, so very much, and they think out of sight. They do. So plaintive and so careful, and so many little spaces, and so largely all the time, and so pointed and so half, and the whole which is there has the other side of pinning, and the time to have the rest is not what there is to leave. A vacation is not needed. A bundle is not needed. A precise result of more than an example is not so different when the division is the same. Kindle the blame when the refuge is in water. Express that excitement when the paint is there to fade. See no more and love the rest. All the tender part is running. All the liquid taste is temperate. All the time, and there is that. All the time has only water. This is not the only haste. There is so much of it lonely. Water never has so much that a little more is water. No kind lady has the time. No sweet trough is lingering longer. Any 2 who see the same time are the ones who do not expectorate, and this does not mean it is habit. It means no more than that some time is included when there is no time to place pottery. Certainly there is a trifle. Any one knows what there is when there is all the table. That does not mean that there is a collection. That does not mean more than the place pounded. Not any single little piece of the red makes a yellow color, and yellow is more so than anything. So reasoning are they, and they conclude a bottle. Not so sweetly as a bottle, not so sweetly anywhere. To see longingly and sharply indicates a predisposition. If there is a memory, there is no use suggesting offending. Pleasant and an interval which is empty, and there is no empty way to begin again. This which makes an appetite larger does not make traveling easy. All the account and most of the account is not kept where there is more lightness than there is home. It says more, and it does mean that. It certainly does. So then there is a shade of the pleasure of sensible exclamation. There is the beaming oak and the spending of more money, and then the answer, the whole answer. Does that mean that the occasion is furnished, or does it mean that no auction has any circle? What is it like? It is like the whole reliable point which has no measure. It is the pressed leaf, and there is not anything that shows what is obliging, nothing at all, and more organs and a little light, and so much blending of an industry, all that does not lead to a margin. It does. It has the practice and the music. It has no more bent wood than any train that is not burning. It has not. It does make a joy. Looking in the face of eyes means the strangest elephant. Looking in the same set teeth means the presence of a seat. All the talk and all the light means the same result of voice, and a solid substance then means a tear, and then a tear. Choose the money when there is more result, and all the plainer staying for the evening. This means that what is curious has more shortness than speech, and more hope than dangling. Surely the section is mended, and the change has not been made. Surely the name has been mentioned. He has it. He is the son and the mother. He has it. There is no darker brother. He has it. He has it, and the length is not poisoned. He is the ample special principal protector. He sells it cheaper. He does not deny a shorter letter. He does see the revival of unison. He does decline a match. He does entitle that. He which is the sense man and the timely story, he and the weaker is fonder. He is the praised and the praiser. He does not speak the waiting the weaker. He does speak when there is a specimen rejoinder. He does play more pastry than the tea time. He is there for dinner. He does not steam anyway. He has the state. He has the craning care to endure. He is not more particular. He is so tender. He is the link and left light. The same season makes the moon strange. The same sunlight is October. The same piling of the single glass stamp makes no monotony. There is no rejoinder. The end is in the great division between the counting and the bloom of passing a glass covering. If it were left, and in a way it was left, if it were left, then the meaning would be that there was hope, and hope which is active does direct that there is some one to stay there and say it, and doing so, why should it determine a passage? It should. When it should, and there is more there, then certainly all of them are the same, that is to say, there is a difference. Any difference is greater. End of section 15. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Chapter 16 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 16. Roche. Was one who certainly was one really being living? Was this one a complete one? Did that one completely have it to do very well something that that one certainly would be doing if that one could be doing something? Yes, that one was in a way a complete one. Certainly he was one completely listening. Was that one completely listening? Was that one completely listening, and certainly it was a pleasant thing if this one was one completely listening, and certainly this one was completely listening, and certainly it was a pleasant thing having this one listening, and certainly if this one were one being one really completely listening, it would then certainly be a completely pleasant thing. Was this one a complete one? Certainly this one was one being living. This one was one certainly going to be quite beautifully doing something, if this one really did this thing, and certainly this one would be sometime doing this completely beautiful thing, if this one is really a complete one. This one certainly is not one who is weakening, who is not continuing well in working. This one certainly is not at all a weak one, that is certain. This one is certainly feeling in being one being living. This one is certainly an honest one, and it is certainly a pleasant thing to have this one listening. Certainly this one does not do very much talking. Certainly this one is liking very well to be knowing what any one doing anything is doing, in what way any one doing anything is doing that thing. This one is one certainly loving, doing a good deal of loving. Certainly this one has been completely excited by such a thing. Certainly this one had been completely dreaming about such a thing. Certainly this one is one who would be very pleasant to very many in loving. This one is perhaps one who is perhaps to be sometime a complete one. This one is perhaps one who is perhaps not to be ever a complete one. This one certainly was often listening, and this was then certainly a very pleasant thing. This one was perhaps one completely listening. Certainly this one was one who was listening, and it was then a very pleasant thing. Certainly if this one were one completely listening, it would be then a completely pleasant thing. This one certainly would be doing a very beautiful thing if this one did do that beautiful thing. This one would certainly be steadily working to be doing that beautiful thing. This one would certainly not be slackening, not be stopping going on working, not be weakening in working, in making that beautiful thing. This one would be making that beautiful thing. If this one were making that beautiful thing, it would be a very satisfying thing. This one would certainly be one completely making a beautiful thing if this one did make a beautiful thing. This one was not a weak man. This man was not an unsteady man. This man was not an aspiring man. This man was one certainly going to be making a beautiful thing if he did make a beautiful thing. This one certainly was listening, and this was a very pleasant thing. This one was certainly one going to be doing a beautiful thing if this one is one who is a complete one. This one is certainly one to be doing a beautiful thing if this one is going to be doing that thing. It is not disturbing to be wondering about this one going to be doing the beautiful thing, not really disturbing to that one, not really disturbing to any one. This one is steadily working. This one is listening, and that is a pleasant thing. If this one were complete in listening, that would be a completely pleasant thing. This one certainly is one steadily working to be doing a beautiful thing. This one certainly will be doing a beautiful thing if this one does that beautiful thing. This one is very nearly completely needing to be knowing what anyone is doing who is doing something, how anyone who is doing something is doing that thing. Certainly if this one is one really completely listening, and certainly perhaps this one is one completely listening, then that is a completely pleasant thing. End of section 16. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 17 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 17. Brach. Cap and corn. Auditor, interest and exertion. Aim and audience. Interest and earnest and outset. Inside, inside. Alarm no sun, alarm is thinking. Alarming is determination. An earth-wide moth is something. Price in curving is weeding. There is an undetermined superdivision. There is the percolating bread stuff. The window is thickening. Alarm no alarm is standing and holding something. No alarm has a perpendicular position. No alarm is in that position. An alarm which is not a choice shows the necessity of good nature. It shows, and the tune which is on any wind the same, that tune is the organization. It has a place. It is a circle, and this which is not guarded is not soft. It is softening. It being soft, breaking is something, and what is round is not widening. It is particular, and so much more than the saving of an elimination. Practice is particular. It is recognition. Silence is not hurt by attending to taking more reflection than a whole sentence. And it is said, and the quotation is reasoning. It gives the whole proceeding. If there is time enough, then appearances are considerable. There are in a circle. They are tendering a circle. They are a tender circle. They are tenderly a circle. This was not past, a future. If the speck is plain and the tail is there, tail is made of hair. That makes that. Any one is no tailor. The curtain is not made of wood, and a candle is placed in a candlestick, and the whole, the very whole, there is no robbery. If the pet is whole, and the juice is so serene, then the salt is pure, and there is pepper in between. The harness which is on the stake is used to rubbing on a wheel. There is the complete absence of all reason for an excuse. The time has the wealth of a separation. The season is not that of baking. Brack and neurasthenia and lean talk, with a marvel, and make a spittoon clear, with a mixing in a mustache, the sense is in that. Pie is not peeling, and the date and the poison and the cake, when the pan is a shape, is not minus all the practice. The time is not filling. Brack is the one who puts up the hooks, and held the things up, and ate his dinner. He is the one who did more. He used his time and felt more, much more, and came before when he came after. He did not resemble anything more. The time and place of a corner is no convenience if it has not been filled, none at all, and if it is filled, then there is a resemblance. There is some resemblance. Do not celebrate what is hearty, and surely there is no danger in expecting a strong summer. If the place is shown to be damp, there is no use in that excuse. Anyway, there is no time to rise together. They cannot sit in a seat. The time came when there was no occasion for geography. This did not mean that there was a change of place. It meant that there was a change of influence. This change was understood. It was no wonder. In understanding the whole thing of precomposition, there was no more light than sweetness. There was no more size than bulk. There was no more load than a caravan. There was no mingling of unison. The time did not come any more. And then the simple way was celebrated by causation, and the charge was sweetening. That is to say, there was a round mass. Powder is not brown. The color does not show in the mixture. In curving and not lengthening the disposition, there is no meeker feather. To show the wave to be cultivated, and to show the suspension of a razor, the light does shine directly. It shines, and it darkens another. It does not shine and destroy the connector. It does not shine in a color. It does not make a brown tender. Brown is tender. That is no trouble and no appetite. It follows that when the time is separated, that the sacrifice is not the same as when the conversation is sensible, and it is sensible to discuss carving and oak trees, and the season, and to be disturbed by a mountain, and to argue when there is no desertion. It is sensible, and to be present is enough to separate the future. If it comes to happen that there is no eraser, then certainly there is no cause why there should be. This is the reason. The best shape is that which is pasted without paper. At any rate, the paper is not white and brown. It is brown, and it is black and white and colored. The time is not replaced by indicating the reason it will there be resplendent travelling. This is not a question, because that is not an answer. The time which was put to some place was that is so well placed. The question is there travelling? There is no question as to if there is travelling, where which showed solemnity in not turning in turning. This was so put that certainly not any more reception could be astonishing. To pass away, to choose some away, to object, to abhor that, and to be not triumphant, this is not the splendor of a single standard. This is the solemn reverberation of an enlarged and of a small masterpiece. The way of the man, and the way of the lamp, and the way of shining, and the way of settling all this, is in accord with the devastation and destruction which resembling is not disturbing motion. This comes so soon that talking is ennobling. That which is what comes. That coming is what is come and can come. Coming it comes and is come, and there is some mingling, and there is more willing than there was when the coming came to suggest and disturb and reassure reason. A lane is not a hill, and a hill is a descent. To explain this, it is necessary to practice mending and disturbing and relating. The time to go is not more arranged than the roundness which makes for beauty, and to be round is not what there is to height. The time when selection is vacation is when the perfection is so replaced that there is a premonition. This does not make baking so easy, and at the same time there is no separation and no disgrace, not even desertion. This comes to be so told that any appearance is regal. So then there is no announcement. A little seat which is not low is not more elevated than a little seat which is low and high. There is no space for more than there is room for. This makes no demand on conscience. This makes no demand on anything. This does not alter an exhibition. The reason that there is no alteration is that in separating spaces they come to show that there is the same space between, that there is there where there is the place, which is it in it. This shows that there is nothing so clearly shown by the whole exposition. It does show it. It shows the extension of the resemblance and the unification of the differentiation, and the extension of the interval and the inhibition of the retention of acceleration. This does show no more than is individual. And yet there is no train that does not go in that direction, and to return is not passing that way. Returning is not vagabonding. It is a spacious interception. The use of the spread of the arrangement between that and that is not so wide that there are no spaces. There are spaces. They can repose so. They do call whiteness no wonder. They do not shudder together. There is no example in a relation. There is none in saving spacing. A capable curtain is not used, and the meaning of this is that protection on both sides is protection everywhere. The band played longer. So much sorrow in winter, and so much sadness in summer, so much nervousness in the country, and so much disturbance in the city, so much counting with a letter, and so much writing with no electrician, so much piano colour, and so much musical permission, so much steadiness in circling, and so much singleness in searching, so much bloom in labelling, and so much secrecy in enlightening, so much saving in abandoning, and so much steadying in remaining, all this and no more, so much and not often, all this and no moment when a monument is not mined and munificent, no time and sweetness, and no escape and separation, all this and no obliging desperation, all this and the same moment in particular, and if it were in not passing, all and no one, never to be satisfied in signalling, no more, and the choice is absent. There is a season in the right, there is a sanction in the left, there is a presence in the centre, there is an upheaval in the distant circumference, there is a resonance in the special curve, there is a susceptibility in the unperspiring relation. All this nightly, and some daily, and weekly, and more yearly, and not certainly, and not reducingly. To be raised, and to be so respected that there is no doubt that the lines that are turning are the lines that are turning, to be so respected that talking is not continuous, and the presence of nothing is more selected, to be so raised is not an expectation, it is capable of calming. There has been no doubt. There has not been any doubt. There is not being any surface, and there is not that there then. The strong hold is the mildness of the salutation of the metropolitan. This is not obligatory, and it is not capable, neither is it casual. The mint is not where there is no building. It is not any. This is never a surprise. It is never a surprise because, when the whole thing is considered, and the whole thing when it is considered has that beginning, when it is put where there is no selection, it is then not made noticeable. To be noticeable is not declared. In declaring it there is no speech. In not keeping on talking there is no silence. This is not heard louder, and there is no doubt. There will not be that doubt. The capacity which makes the size that has that meaning have that meaning, that is what has the sensitiveness which does not make anticipation. There is reality, in that there is touching morning, and in touching morning there is no course. There is all there inclines to be. The freedom which has no ornament is not spilled, and this does not mean anything not lively. It certainly does not mean an extra. The practice of no pronoun is not audacious. There is no prize in a pocket. There is none there, and the circle, having a separation, makes all that which is not the same similar. It does not make it a circle. A circle has no pleasure. It is not encircled, and there is this to say, that the white and black are brown. End of section 17. Recording by Bob Gonzalez.
Section 18 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11, Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 18. Portrait of Prince B.D. A space is not spent, it is not used, it is similar, it is represented. This shows no more than a latitude which, running through the center, makes the surrounding. The space is not placed, it is presented. That is the relation of the similar settlement. To settle upon and to settle under shows more than the similar circle. It shows the degree which makes more similarity than that. It sinks higher, and there is no roar. The section, and there is a section, the section means that penetration resembles distance. It supplies the drop, and it selects no sightless system. The incident that succumbs is the one that is early. The lateness is not tending to define a definite darkness. It does not shine, and since that time there is a large light. The western windlass is not the same as the white wind. The white wind has no poise. There is a diamond. A diamond is a treasure. If a treasure is that color, then there is a resemblance. A trade between the one who has a hat and the one who has a hat is such that there is no hiatus. The one who has had a hat is the one who adds that. The one who is the one that has that is that one adding that thing. No neglecting and adding, no single safety silent disturbing, no neglect and no glass is there to pass away and stay. It sees the solid sight, and that which is not bright is white. That which is single is resembling. And so it comes that when there is a show, a way to pass into the recent glow means more fire. A fine color is red and green and purple and rose and yellow. A fine color resembles the continuation. any fine color is in a glass to resist must be a glass to pass. This shows no shadow, this shows no scratch. A change is measured, a card is unmeasured. There is a return of much more. Stupor is not in winning a climate, it is lost in the remembrance of poisoning. The list of a result in the stretching a building does not make any mark. The wheel is there. The trend is not behind a back, it is in the window of a fenestra. The blending is distinct interspreading. This is not the measure of wind. The return is not so, it is occupied. The rest is arisen. There is no height. If there is wind. There is wind. Height shrinks below, and settlement is not soluble. The erection of yellow is no violence. The five are one. Single, same, purple, blue, circle. The last which section has the reverse resemblance has no moment, and there is a tendency which in the rising of the setting sun makes new arising. To shine and whine, to shatter and shrink, to collect and settle, to stir and suck, to lose violence and select simultaneity, to see that the whole exception is not arrested, and to satiate the lines of resemblance, this and no more is underdone. The public and the pilot, all the shining land and the wind and no neglect, all this does not mean that there is no denial. It has been there the same result of no intended excavation. It has been there, and that exception planted no resemblance has a moment, none, and the illustration is planted and the time is placed. So then there is no secret. A secret means that when there is a thing, there is nothing, and if there is nothing, then there is no addition. A sum is not sacrificed. Handing a lizard to anyone is a green thing receiving a curtain. The change is not present, and the sensible way to have agony is not precautious. Then the shirting is extreme, and there is a lilac smell and no ginger. Halt and suggest a leaf which has no circle and no singular center. This has that show and does judge that there is a need of moving toward the equal height of a hot sinking center and surface. Then there is a space, then there is exception, then there is no reason why a pound should be smaller, and all the time there is the courage and the mint and the repeating result that surely if there has been a change, there has not been a fire. Surely a fire is famous, and a famous fire is in the fire. Surely no more special spending shows anything, and yet if there is no wind, there is no haste, and if there is no haste, why is 20 older than 30 and 30 older than 28? Why is it, and why is there no mistake? There is no mistake because there is the time, and the accusation is indented, and this makes enough so that clouding does not make a cemetery. A surprise is not in sight. This is the sentence present. There is no danger, and the silent height is so high that sound rises higher. This does not make sound infamous. It does not shatter a conclusion. Nothing is hollow in water, nothing is high in air, nothing is louder, and nothing is perpendicular. The establishment is thorough. A chance shows a bright blue sound. A chance is the same wind out of a window. A Persian kitten is a purring kitten. The safety that comes is so gathered that there can be news. One oak and more oaks and the training of water. This means that a color attracts a signal. It means that the result of a certain well is seen by there being no extra example of a kind of closet. In the beginning, when there is no rising and resisting and letting a singular section of the whole rise together, in the beginning, the imparting actual relation to a time of surfaces does show that there is an origin of originating. In showing this, there is no repair. There is a whole half of a turtle, and the presence of more is not rope. It is not, and certainly is so wise that fever is fainting. This is this. Then there is that, and the singular example is not predicted by resting in more contraction. Not very, and what is then to be extending is the whole place with filling. Filling is not spreading. The size is not that it is not proportioned to the moon and the lantern. It is fully proportioned together and aroused and interested. This made no measure and no misery and no murder. There is no acute trimming or trembling. So then there is that thing. This is not that silent thing. This is not the thing that is anything. This is the thing that is that thing. A large, moist blue and a paler color, a large dust rose and no water nearer, a small, tall frame and no building finer. This makes a prediction that necessity is work. And then why is there no question? There is no question because investigation is miraculous. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 19. Mrs. Whitehead. But you like it. They can't any of them be quite as bad, because they learned French. But I never did. He doesn't look dead at all. The wind might have blown him. He comes from that direction. That's the way. They are not knotted. Have you smelt it? What would you suggest? Your advice? I have come across 3 or 4. So they are the others. Separate them. It does make one come. He is extraordinarily charming and endearing, once of twice. Only twice, I think. He is not staying out. That's hard. Beside that, what does he do? That's long for his mother. She travelled from this rest. She crocheted from this nest. She crocheted from this nest. I thought it wasn't ever. It's one of my favourite ones, this. And yet not this. Isn't it funny? It isn't. Break or breaking, very fair. Break or very wanting. I tried it this way before. Very difficult to change extra places, and yet I can agree. I can agree by that. I rest this piece of it, and it's nearly the same climate. I will tell you why they want a real door. They choose it. They do so, and very pure water. They are safe when they take a bath. Oh, it is very. Oh, it is. In a way, a vest. I do think you get what you want. Corrections. It is 11 weeks from the middle of September. I glance in a way. It is 11 weeks from the middle of September. Total recollect others. I glance at, and I can recollect others. I make a division neatly. I close. What is wrong with not blue? That is right with apples. Apples 4. 4. 4. Before that. Next stretching. Next for that leaf stretching. I do not state leaf. I like to beg very much stream. Not exactly in state. Understate. All in so. They expect all the blues to take of all the other families. The whites are extra. They are beside all that. They make a little house, and through and beside that they live in Paris. Hardly enough for wood. Not a color even. By now a change of grass and wedding rings, and all but the rest plan. I don't care, I won't look. I am not sure that yellow is good. I am tall. Allow that. I don't want any more out in conversation. I can be careful. Not within wearing it. I cannot say to stay. No, please don't get up. And now that. Yes, I see. Did you pay him for that? Whether for a spider, and such splendor, and indeed quitting? I meant to gather. I see it, I see it. Please, ocean, spoke. Please, Helen, land. Please take it away. I saw a spoken leaf, and flowers made vegetables and foliage in soil. I saw representative mistakes and glass cups. I saw a whole appearance of respectable refugees. I did not ask actors, I asked pearls. I did not choose to ask trains. I was satisfied with celebrated ransoms. I cannot deny Bertie Henschel is coming tomorrow. Saturdays are even. There is a regular principle. If you mention it, you mention what happened. What do you make of it? You exceed all hope and all praise. End of section 19. Recording by Bob Gonzalez.
Section 20 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 20. Portrait of Constance Fletcher. When she was quite a young one, she knew she had been in a family living, and that family living was one that anyone could be one not have been having, if they were to be one being one not thinking about being one having been having family living. She was one then, when she was a young one thinking about having been having family living. She was one thinking about this thinking. She was one feeling thinking about this thing. She was one feeling being one who could completely have feeling and thinking about being one who was having family living. She was one having. She was one who had family living. When she was a young one, she was one having. She was one having had family living. She was one thinking about having family living, about having had family living. When she was a young one, she was thinking about having family living. She was thinking about having had family living. She was feeling having had family living. She was feeling having family living. When she was a young one, she was feeling having had family living. She was feeling having family living. She was knowing, when she was a young one, that she could be completely feeling in having family living and having had family living. She was knowing, when she was a young one, she was knowing that she was thinking. She was knowing that she was feeling in having family living, in having had family living. She was thinking and feeling having family living. She could be completely feeling having had family living. She was thinking in being one who could be completely feeling having family living. She was feeling in being one who could be completely feeling having family living. She was living in feeling, in thinking having family living. She had family living. She was having family living. She could be completely feeling having family living, having had family living. When she was a young one, she was then quite a young one. She was later a little an older one. She was then feeling in being one loving. She was then thinking in being one loving. She was then living in being one loving. She could be then one being completely loving. She was filled then, completely filled then. She was then feeling in being loving. She was then thinking in being loving. She was completely filled then. She was feeling, she was thinking, she was feeling and thinking then in being one loving. She could be then one being completely loving. She was thinking and feeling and being one who could be completely loving. She was coming then to be a full one. She was coming then to be thinking and feeling in this thing in being one, being a completely filled one. She was full then. She was filling in then in being one, living in loving, in living, in thinking, in being loving, in living, in feeling, being one, being loving. She was full then, and was not then losing anything. She was thinking then, she was feeling then, she was thinking then and feeling then in being full then. She was thinking and feeling then in being one, not losing anything of any such thing as being one being full then. She could be one being completely full. She was thinking in being one who could be completely full. She was feeling in being one who could be completely full. She was always living in being one, feeling and thinking in being one who could be completely full. She was full then, and she was thinking and feeling, thinking in this thing, feeling in this thing. She was thinking and feeling and being full then. She was thinking and feeling in being one who could be completely full. She was filling in all her living to be a full one. She was thinking and feeling in all her living in being a full one. She was thinking and feeling all her living in being one who could be a completely full one. She was all her living a full one. She was completely filling in to be a full one, and she always was a full one. She was thinking and being a full one. She was feeling and being a full one. She was thinking and feeling and being a full one. She was feeling and thinking and being a full one. If they move in the shoe, there is everything to do. They do not move in the shoe. The language of education is not replacing the special position that is the expression of the emanation of evil. There is an expression when contemplation is not connecting the object that is in position with the forehead that is returning looking. It is not overpowering. That is a cruel description. The memory is the same, and surely the one who is not older is not dead yet, although if he has been blind, he is seeing. This has not any meaning. Oh, the bells that are the same are not stirring, and the languid grace is not out of place, and the older fir is disappearing. There is not such an end. If it had happened that the little flower was larger, and the white color was deeper, and the silent light was darker, and the passage was rougher, it would have been as it was, and the triumph was in the place where the light was bright, and the beauty was not losing having that possession. That was not what was tenderly. This was the place of the health that was strange when there was the disappearance that had not any origin. The darkness was not the same. There was the writing and the preparation that was pleasing and succeeding and being enterprising. It was not subdued when there was discussion. It was done when there was the room that was not a dream. This is all to prepare the way that is not the way to like anything that in speaking is telling what has come, that like a swelling is inside when there is yellowing. There is that liking. That does not shape the way to say that there is not anywhere anything that is resembling. Perfection is not adulteration. There is the substance that has not any defect. If the program is not despondent, and it has that substance, then certainly the beginning is the tender blessing that unfolding is not subduing. There is that presentiment, and the quiet is not so sound but that there can be a change of origin. There can be that elevation. This is not an argument. There is the work that has that place, and there is a garden. A little taller bending does not haste the erection of the grotto that has a fountain. That is so soon. To pardon, that is to have seen that there was a long way to stare when the heat was the same as there was when the voices were together. This was the temptation, and so solidly was there when there was there that the whole reception was not filled with more than all every day who had come anywhere and had heard that there was. This did not mean more than all. It meant all, and the result of the precious and precise way was that there was that preparation, and not the disintegration when there was that distinct evolution. There could be the same if anyone was certain that there was not any evolution. This does not make the tedium that is eternal so particular that listening is a blessing. This does not disguise a flower. Come in, and that expression is not that one of waiting. To use a name is not the time that seeing has not been. This is discussion. This is obligation. This is the composition. Oh, sadly has the oak tree not that sadness. It has not the particular reason. It has not that digression. It has not that penetration. It has that peace that is there where there is all that remains when everything remains. Nothing is all old. That is not the redoubtable repudiation. That has that precious meaning when the hindrance has not that little pain which is not the same as the passing out of what is not about when it is there where there is no care to say that anything is better. Everything has that description. That is not reorganization. The way to say that they went away is the way that the passage has come to be adhered. This is not the token that shows the steering that is not broken. The plea is not that the arabesque has that meaning when the whole thing is exposed. The meaning is that the precious picture is the bargain that has not met the ancient day when there is everything to say. The light is finer. That is not that discrimination. That is the way to have that to keep where there is not any interdiction. She had that name. That was the origin of the penguin. That was not that bird. And because the strong man is the warder when the little ones are sounder, so the particular ticket is not limited when there is not the best establishment where all the black and white show that. It is a blessing when there has been a falling the heavy way to stay where the regard is what is not all that distance. The breaking of the tame show is not the way to glow because the waist is not there. It is not anywhere. Mark the data that tells the merit of having that time to state that not to wait is to say that the door has not been entered. If to wait marks the place where the entrance, if it is made, comes to be approached, then to do what is not done is to do all that, and carefully that which is solid does not fill the space. That is not a disclosure. That is not the way for all of them who are looking to refuse to see. That is not at all any such way. It is not a pleasure to be the one when there is the whole of it all, and when there, where there is no separation, there is weeping, quite ostentation, completion, not any compensation, where there is the softening of the published soap. This is not that decree. There is no failure. There is no condition of incision. Particle of all the color is that which is not white, and the black which is open is not older when the time has come back for black to be younger. The meaning of this is that why the difference is always louder is that that which is above that which is all there is, and there is much, is that there is all that there has that reason to be, which is the reason that is all certain, and this which is not mentioned and which does not make that which is lost is the same and has the detail, which does not make any escaping remain separate. This does adjoin all, and all is enough, so that the whole which is not parted has not the place where sticking makes anything that is wet dry. This has not that mistake when softness is union. The first time. Winning distinction is discretion. And all who are going are the three who have not that distraction. They have not all the hardihood. They are not separated. The two who are not older are not remaining to be interesting. They are not undertaking any beginning. Excellent is the same union. Breathless is not the shade when the opening is not limiting. They did not seem in that place that was any end. She. If three are eager and plainer and having a full temper, And if all of them unite in that happy way that makes a garden give the way to be there where there is a way, if there is the last time and a young time is a stolen beauty, then the way it has been said that the white flower has not been bled is the way to remember that decision is not the same as crumpling a parting. She did not animate what was mechanical. She has not this to do. They were the three, and they were not employed in looking. They had not every union when they had that education. To be they, and then not be away, is not the time and place that makes the whole expression. Because, after all, when there is the time and the place, and when they are they are not away, and that does not make any more. If they were there, they had the time to see which way was older, and when they did not feel that stain, they had the time to address what they did address when they would address one another. They did not all listen. No silence. There was not that hesitation, and this was not all there was when the sounds were not so loud, but that they might be hearing. They had the quiet, and surely if they taught that, they were each one, not all of any other. This was not the half of all the time. It took a separate ticket. All the time that there was, all the winning of all the wonder that was not under the weather, was not passing, as the exchange was not lessening. The older was not newer. They had the same description. This does not mean that if there are all three to learn, that not anyone is there, but they have any way to say that not to go away is to stay. They were equal to enough so that all the separation made them remain. They had so much excess. It was not the only smile, the smile that did not come to face the pleasure of their being three, and the three were not there to gather together. 1. If the way to learn is to have that presence, then certainly the changes did not balance the description. She had that which was not alarming. 2. If the habit of saying all the education is the development of that expression, then certainly if there is being pleasant, all can be there to not expect that measure of all who are together. 3. The one who is a sun is the last flower that is not open when all the petals falling feel the whole of all intention. So there are then what is not what will not have been, when all the seeing that is and is not seen is had, and has been having and having had and meaning, that is the same intention, and all is enough to complete all the whole. The delay was not that which separated that separation from the time when all the ones who said something said everything. It was not so in place. The change. There was not any time, and all there was reason. There was all that, and if there were all there were the ones there were. That which was pleasing was not all there was, if there was all there was of that consideration. Certainly the time was not the present and past flavor, and the time was not the future and the present presentation. There was all there, and sincerely did the biting that was not bit fill out the strength and explanation. It did not furnish the intention. It did not succeed when there was all that care. This which did not escape was not the narrow connection that can make a larger blossom, and make it take the sea where the ocean is larger and the ships are quicker. The pleasure is the same. To face that way. To face the way that each one does say, that they have any day which is clearly not a way, is to say that the time is not there when the color is not lighter and the hair is not redder. This does not make all there is of any invitation. There is not anything of any such suggestion. If the practice of the present and the practice of the past, and there is any practice, and the practice of the future, then latterly there is not any change. If the way to say the turn is the turn, the way that is the way to turn that way, then all of the thing is in that thing. There has been all of that painstaking. A while there is no band. A while the train is late. A while the town is full. A while the sounds have the tone. A while there is a settled waste. And this is not to say that anything that is given away is given away. Nothing is wasted that is not given away, and anything that is given away is wasted. The appearance is not the only way to say that what is given away is wasted, and nothing is given away. It is so remained. That which is not tiring, and that which is not abiding any of that which is not needing tiring, that was the sampler, and there was not the sewing which was using any corner. That did not need the same width as all that is solid is using which is not wider. That which is solid is all that is wider, and the rest is not. That which has that passing odor which is not passing. It does not pass anything. It is not the only primrose. It has the sentence that in placing what is not that care, has all that is, which is all there, where any more care is most care. There where the time is not cruel is the place where the time is what is filling the half and the whole, and no passage that has that intention can be intended when that which is solid is not building every house. All houses are open, that is to say a door and a window and a table, and the waiter make the shadow smaller, and the shadow which is larger is not flickering. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 21. A poem about Walberg. What I am afraid of is that they will just attract an awful bombardment on themselves, in which they will have to be supported. Oh, no, they won't do that. I don't think they will do that. What I think is that I will have to reach the country before I ask myself the way to see the city. I don't mean this as a joke. I know very well that I know all about nurses. Who doesn't? And who would like to see children win? I love my boy very much. His mother feeds him. I can smile and think of it. We both laugh together. All together I have said to them, keep still. Curtains, a Japanese curtain. Complete flowers. I never use a pass. Of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't be careful enough. I don't mean that. How can I hear him speak? You don't mean a victim. Eugene Paul. What is Wahlberg's name? I don't care for him. I am not sorry for her. I do not have flowers here. California. Let me see. What do you say? They can take care of riches. Kiss my hand. Why? Because Russians are rich. All Russians are valuable. That is what I said. I wish I could be as funny as he is. Yes, thank you. I believe in Russia. End of section 21. Recording by Bob Gonzalez.
Section 22 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 22. Johnny Gray. What did he say? I was disagreeing with him. He said he didn't have it by his side. He said, "Hurry, eat it." I am not going to talk about it. I am not going to talk about it. Another thing. This is mentioned. He was silly. He said there would have been many more elevators if it hadn't been for this war. He was so thirsty. They asked him, please. If it weren't for them, there would be wind. I said there wasn't. I said it was balmy. I said that when I was little, I asked for a closet. This was the way it was written. I was awed. It is so injudicious to make plans. We will not decide about 3. 3 is the best way to add. The bank opens tomorrow. I was mistaken. I hope I can continue to be a tailor. The other said nothing. The other one said he was hindering him, and he made that mistake, and he would not prepare further. It is not deceiving. I can say so gladly. It's always better. It's wonderful how it always comes out. Conversational. Plants were said to bring lining together. This is not deceived. This is not deceived. Plants were said to bring meadows springing, shattering stubbornly in their teeth. Plants aid sad and not furniture. This is it. Plants are riotous, not even if you give money. Plants are said to be left out if you give money. Join or gray. Points are spoken. This is one. Picturesque. It is just the same. I cannot freeze. I understand a picture. It is to have stop it who does. It is to have asked about it the sneezing bell. Bell or better. A simple extenuation. I mean to be fine with it. A picture with all of it bitten by that supper. Call it. I shall please nowadays. I find this a very pleasant pencil, do I? I find this a very pleasant pencil. Do I find this a pleasant pencil? How to give soldiers fresh water. How do you? You use the echoes. Dear Jenny, I am your brother. Nestling noses. My gay baby, little lobster, chatter, sweet joy, my baby, example, be good, always, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the time, me, extra, my baby. Scenes where there is no piece of a let it go. No, I am not pleased with their descriptions. This is not their year. 2 of them, Johnny Gray and Eddie. Why not, however? It was not polite a long way. I understand, and I say, I understand him to say that. I see him, I say, I see him, or I say that I understand. What is it? He doesn't realize. I don't say that he isn't there. I don't solidly favor him. I said I was prepared. I was prepared to relieve him. I was prepared to relieve him then, and I was holding anything. I am often for them. They gave it. They were pleased, so pleased and sighed with it, so pleased and have it, so have it and say it then. If he was promised it, he had been left by the belief, he had the action, all old in it. He was wretched. I do not believe or for it. I do not arouse rubbers. When we went away, were we then told to be left with them? Do they, or do they do it? Do they believe the truth? I am beginning. Go on Saturday. I believe for Sunday. We deceived everybody. I forgot to drink water. No, I haven't seen it. He said it. It's wonderful. Target. They don't believe it either. Call it that. Fat cheeks by that time. Drenched by that time. Obligation to sign that today. When by that field. He said he was a Spanish family. It will make a terrible, not terrible. It will not make that one believe me. It is not for my pleasure that I promise it. No, neither that or another, neither one, lightly widened by what? Not this, not left, by their hedges. It's not a country. I told him so. I wish to begin lining of that thing by that time. It or it was how. We don't know whom to invite for lunch. You told me. You tell me. I don't know either. I do get wonderful action into them, don't I? Blame, worthy, outstanding, eraser. That was a seat. Leave it out. Seat, stretch, sober, left, over, curling, irresistible. I come to it at last. I know what I want. Call, tried, to be, just, seated, beside, the meaning. Please come. I met a steady house which was neither blocking nor behaving as if it would for the road. He looks like it. A ladder insults me. I do stem when in. I don't look at them any more. Johnny Gray. What did I say? I said I would leave it. He was so kind. That was lasting. I am so certain. Please. It's remarkable that I can make good sentences. It reminds me of a play that I remember, which is better. It is better. Everything in. I am coming to it. I know it. Please, pleased, pleased with me, pleased with me. Canvas covers. I wished to go away. I asked for an astonishing green. I asked for more birdie. I asked only once. Packet, package, a little leaving. We went to eat. I have plenty of food. Always, nearly, always, certainly. By an example, I was never afraid. He doesn't say anything in that way, not after he was sure of it then. By then we were in Munich and sat today by way of staring, and nearly all of it in that shining firm spread. Paul slices. If I copy nature, if I copy nature, if I copy nature, if I copy nature, for it, open, seen, piling, left in, not in, border, so, why, spaces, I mean to laugh, do be all out, if you can, come to stay, and after all have a night, which means that there is not this essential, by the way, it was all out in it by this time. Which was reasonable and an explanation. We never expected he would tell a lie, not this. For more to be Indians are disappointing. Not to me. I was never disappointed in an Indian. I was never disappointed in an Indian in any way. How old are you? Careless. Heavy all the time. I know she is. I am politely finished. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11, Geography and Plays by Gertrude Stein. Section 23, A Portrait of F.B. A peal is that mountain which makes a ring and is ringing. There is no squeak, there is no touch, there is no lump. A light bed is left when it is carried away. It has no temper. It has when it has the bent bedspread. It lies like that left, not limply, and next to lightly, and no mixed more. It is so christened when it is there. It has that space to identify. It is the mending of the beam, and it is not clear, and shows the courage more of the plentiful timber which is not scattered and put together. It is so lightly clad, and furs show it. It is so planter. There is no occasion, and the copy is not reversed to so little. There is nothing tiny. Leave the package. Will the book use the warmer there? Cite the sound that has no platter. Season all the simple ginger. Make a bucket simpler. Praise the lion and the rat. See the morsels fairly. Show the swimming of the rat. Show the rabbit winning. Bestow the light and chase it there. See the hall is dimmer. See the lightning everywhere. See the lightning dimmer. Make no dinner in the morning. Make it in the evening. See the same and see it there. See it in the morning. See the time when there is that. See it in the morning. See it all and say the hat. Say it every morning. Say no more and undertake what is so ridiculous that there is no time to say that. And anyhow, what is the abuse of an intention? Why should there be etiquette? Why is there every lightning? Why, if the season is the same, is there summer, when there is more night than in winter? Return after the garden, remain after the tea, single out a timepiece, so hatly and so true, there is neither more to do. All the time is past, and piecemeal is that meal, and a little chicken is a liver, and solitude is enough. A little jerk is no occasion, so supremely is there a category. Very good, the place is rough. The bed is silver and the sheets are there. The little slipper is not organized. The pleasure is obtained, and actually there is a garden. In union there is withering. In sunlight there is breakfast. A turn of the table does not mean that cups are there. It means that there is no loneliness, and it means that the copy is not extreme when there is a frame. It does not mean any little thing. A clatter registered has a calming center. That is the outlasting of a sight of all. If it is possible that there is the result, then certainly no one would think so. Everyone does. There is no sense in such a history. There is no sense at all. Not a bit of broom has the window open, not a bit. No borrowing or lending, and pearls are sweet. They are the same as a little chain. They have the color early, they see the time, and they need no wine, and they secure the distaste of pink pepper. Choose running away. That is to say that rolling has more distinction. Choose a feather boa and range all the plumes, and a yellow one is sweeter. bake a table, the rest is empty. See the plate first. The first is distributed. See the arrangement is in the curling Christmas. Bet more than sugar. Copy no more principally. Restrict more decoration. Repeat the needle. There is made. So to see and so to go and so to turn the list around. So to go and so there is the practice of kneeling. Plainer sheets have simple stripes. A target is by way of marks. The youngest is shaken. The pleasure is rested. The length is the laughing dater. There is no challenge in mingling later. There is none. The rate is facing a lender. All along and in the mind there is a plate and there is meal. There is the rate that makes no more. The stairs are not stumbling. End of section 23.